7 billion people call this planet home, yet most of us have never truly seen where we live. Above us, vast empty space stretches into infinity. Below us, something far more mysterious awaits, an alien world that covers 71% of our planet's surface, yet remains more foreign to us than the surface of Mars. The deep ocean holds secrets that would reshape everything we think we know about life, death, and the very nature of existence itself. Down there, in the crushing darkness where no human was ever meant to venture, things move that science cannot explain. Ships vanish without explanation. Sounds emerge from trenches so deep they could swallow entire mountain ranges. Ancient cities rest on seafloors that were never supposed to be dry land. Tonight, we're descending into that world together. Through the next 4 hours, we'll explore mysteries that most people will never encounter. Not because they're hidden, but because they exist in a realm so remote, so hostile to human life, that even our most advanced technology can only glimpse fragments of what lies beneath. Let the rhythm of these stories carry you into sleep, knowing that while you rest, the ocean continues its ancient work of keeping secrets in the dark. The Mariana Trench Mystery. When filmmaker James Cameron descended into the Challenger Deep in 2012, his instruments detected something that shouldn't exist at those crushing depths: structures that appeared artificial, geometric patterns carved into the seafloor that defied natural explanation. The footage, when reviewed by marine geologists, sparked a quiet controversy that continues to this day. 7 miles beneath the Pacific's surface lies the Mariana Trench, Earth's deepest known canyon. Here, the pressure reaches over 1,000 times what we experience at sea level, enough to crush a human body in milliseconds. Yet life not only survives but thrives in forms that challenge our understanding of biology itself. The trench stretches for 1,580 miles, longer than the distance from New York to Denver, yet we've explored less than 5% of its depths. What we have discovered reads like science fiction made manifest. In 1960, the bathyscaphe Trieste made the first manned descent to Challenger Deep, and Lieutenant Don Walsh reported seeing what appeared to be a flatfish swimming at the bottom, an impossibility, according to marine biology at the time. For decades, scientists dismissed Walsh's account as an optical illusion. The pressure down there, they argued, would make complex vertebrate life impossible. They were wrong. In 2014, researchers using advanced deep-sea cameras captured footage of snailfish thriving at depths previously thought uninhabitable. These ghostly, translucent creatures move through the abyss with an otherworldly grace, their bodies somehow engineered to withstand pressures that would liquefy surface dwellers. But the snailfish are just the beginning. The trench harbors entire ecosystems built around hydrothermal vents that spew superheated water rich in chemicals toxic to most life forms. Here, in eternal darkness, communities of giant tube worms cluster around mineral chimneys, their bodies hosting bacteria that convert sulfur compounds into energy. No sunlight has ever touched these creatures, yet they've created a thriving civilization in Earth's most hostile environment. The water itself tells a story of deep time. At the bottom of the trench, scientists have discovered pockets of water that haven't mixed with the ocean above for thousands of years, ancient seas trapped in geological prisons, carrying chemical signatures from when the world was young. These isolated pools contain microorganisms that may represent life forms unchanged since the planet's early history, living fossils swimming in liquid time capsules. Recent deep-sea expeditions have uncovered even stranger phenomena. In 2016, researchers mapping the trench's topology discovered what they termed acoustic anomalies, sounds emanating from the depths that follow no known pattern. The recordings, when played back, reveal haunting calls that seem almost deliberate, as if something down there is trying to communicate. Marine biologists have yet to identify the source of these vocalizations, though some speculate they might come from unknown species of deep-sea life. The geological mysteries run equally deep. The Mariana Trench sits at the convergence of two tectonic plates, where the Pacific plate slides beneath the Philippine plate in a process that's been ongoing for millions of years. This cosmic collision creates more than just depth. It generates seismic activity that occasionally produces earthquakes felt across the Pacific Rim. But some of the geological formations discovered on the trench floor don't match conventional plate tectonics theory. In 2019, a joint expedition between American and Japanese researchers uncovered what they called impossible formations, rock structures that appear to have been shaped by forces other than the gradual grinding of plate movement. These formations exhibit symmetrical patterns and precise angles that suggest a different kind of geological process, one that current science cannot adequately explain. The water column above the deepest parts of the trench presents its own enigmas. At certain depths, instruments have detected what researchers term dark zones, areas where sonar readings become distorted and water samples reveal unusual chemical compositions. These zones seem to shift location over time, leading some scientists to wonder if they represent biological phenomena rather than geological ones. Temperature readings from the trench floor often contradict expectations. While most of the deep ocean maintains near-freezing temperatures, certain areas of the Mariana Trench register warmth that can't be explained by known hydrothermal activity. These warm spots appear and disappear unpredictably, suggesting dynamic processes occurring beneath the seafloor that remain poorly understood. The pressure at Challenger Deep, over 15,000 pounds per square inch, creates conditions that fundamentally alter the behavior of matter itself. Water becomes denser, chemical reactions proceed differently, and metals take on properties they don't exhibit at surface pressures. Some researchers theorize that these extreme conditions might enable biochemical processes unknown to surface science, potentially supporting life forms that operate on entirely different principles than those we recognize. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration technology have revealed that the trench floor is far from the barren wasteland once imagined. High-resolution cameras have captured images of complex microbial mats covering vast areas of the seafloor, their patterns suggesting coordinated growth that resembles neural networks. These biological carpets pulse with bioluminescent displays, creating light shows in the absolute darkness that serve purposes we can only speculate about. The discovery of plastic debris, even at the deepest parts of the trench, serves as a sobering reminder of human impact. But it also revealed something unexpected. The plastics found at Challenger Deep show signs of biodegradation that shouldn't occur under those conditions, suggesting the presence of microorganisms capable of breaking down synthetic materials in ways that surface bacteria cannot. As we continue to probe the Mariana Trench's secrets, each expedition raises more questions than it answers. The deepest parts of our planet remain as alien to us as the surface of Mars, harboring mysteries that challenge our understanding of life, geology, and the very nature of existence under extreme conditions. In the crushing darkness of the abyss, evolution has written stories in languages we're only beginning to learn to read. The Ghost Submarine, USS Thresher. On April 10, 1963, the USS Thresher descended into the Atlantic Ocean, carrying 129 souls, and never returned to the surface. What began as a routine test dive transformed into one of the most perplexing maritime mysteries of the nuclear age, a ghost story written in steel and salt water, where the line between mechanical failure and something far more enigmatic continues to blur 60 years later. The morning started with textbook precision. The Thresher, America's most advanced attack submarine, had just completed extensive overhauls at Portsmouth Naval Shipyard. Her nuclear reactor hummed with quiet power, her sonar systems swept the depths with electronic whispers, and her crew moved through familiar routines with the confidence of men who had conquered the ocean's darkest places. Captain John Wesley Harvey commanded not just a vessel, but a technological marvel that represented the cutting edge of underwater warfare. Yet within hours, this triumph of human engineering would become something else entirely, a riddle wrapped in crushing darkness, speaking to us only through fragmented radio transmissions and debris fields that tell stories the Navy has never fully explained. The Thresher's final dive began at 0800 hours, monitored by the rescue vessel USS Skylark, floating on the surface like a nervous guardian. Standard protocol dictated regular communication checks as the submarine descended past 400 feet, then 800, then deeper still into the Atlantic's cold embrace. Each transmission crackled with routine professionalism until 0917 hours, when something shifted in the static. Experiencing minor difficulties, have positive up angle, attempting to blow. Those words, distorted by depth and distance, represent the last coherent message from a crew that had vanished into circumstances no investigation has adequately explained. The phrase "attempting to blow" referred to emergency procedures, forcing compressed air into ballast tanks to achieve rapid ascent. But the ocean kept its secrets, and the Thresher kept descending. What followed challenges every assumption about submarine operations and the predictable nature of mechanical failure. The Skylark sonar operators detected sounds that didn't match any known acoustic signature, not the sharp crack of hull implosion, not the grinding of compromised machinery, but something that defied easy categorization. Witnesses described low-frequency pulses that seemed to echo from depths where no echo should exist, creating patterns that suggested intention. The official investigation concluded that a piping failure in the engine room triggered a cascade of events beyond the crew's control. Salt water supposedly flooded electrical systems, causing reactor shutdown and loss of propulsion at a depth where emergency procedures couldn't compensate for the submarine's negative buoyancy. The explanation carries the weight of engineering expertise and bureaucratic certainty, yet it leaves crucial questions floating like debris in dark water. Why did the Thresher's state-of-the-art emergency blow system fail so completely? The submarine carried multiple redundant safety mechanisms specifically designed to prevent exactly this scenario. Each system operated independently, each one capable of bringing the vessel to the surface even under extreme conditions. The simultaneous failure of multiple backup systems suggests either catastrophic damage that exceeded design parameters or factors that weren't part of the original calculations. The debris field discovered months later by the deep-sea vehicle Trieste revealed anomalies that Navy investigators acknowledged but never fully explained. Pieces of the Thresher's hull showed damage patterns inconsistent with simple implosion. Some fragments appeared to have been subjected to extreme temperatures, far beyond what would occur during normal descent. Others displayed stress fractures that suggested forces acting from directions that contradicted the official narrative of straightforward mechanical failure. More troubling still were the materials found scattered across the ocean floor that didn't match any known components of the submarine. Metallic fragments with compositions that fell outside standard naval specifications, objects that appeared to have been manufactured using techniques unfamiliar to 1960s technology. The Navy classified these findings, citing national security concerns, but whispers from the research teams suggested discoveries that challenged fundamental assumptions about what happened in those final moments. The human element adds another layer to this underwater enigma. Family members of the crew reported strange communications in the weeks before the fatal dive, messages that seemed to contain warnings about classified experiments being conducted aboard the Thresher. These accounts, dismissed by official investigators as grief-induced misinterpretations, described references to deep-sea contacts and phenomena beyond current understanding. Dr. Robert Ballard, the oceanographer who would later discover the Titanic, spent years studying the Thresher incident. His private notes, released decades later, contained observations that never appeared in public reports. Ballard documented unusual magnetic readings in the area where the submarine was lost, electromagnetic anomalies that persisted long after the wreckage had been mapped and catalogued. He wrote about sonar contacts that appeared and disappeared without explanation, objects moving at depths and speeds that defied identification. The Cold War context adds another dimension to this mystery. The Thresher was conducting tests related to classified anti-submarine warfare systems, technologies that remain largely secret even today. Some researchers have suggested that the submarine encountered something during its final dive that wasn't accounted for in any operational manual, something that turned a routine test into a confrontation with forces beyond human understanding. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration have only deepened the mystery. Modern sonar mapping of the Thresher's final resting place has revealed structures on the ocean floor that weren't there in 1963, geometric formations that appear artificial yet predate human presence in the deep Atlantic. These discoveries, largely ignored by mainstream maritime historians, suggest that the submarine's fate may be connected to phenomena that extend far beyond mechanical failure or human error. The USS Thresher rests now in eternal darkness, 8,400 feet beneath the surface, surrounded by questions that grow more complex with each passing decade. Her crew became part of something larger than themselves, part of a mystery that connects the ambitions of the nuclear age with secrets that the ocean guards jealously. In the crushing silence of the deep Atlantic, their story continues to unfold, speaking to us through evidence that challenges everything we thought we knew about the final frontier beneath the waves. Eerie lights of the sea, deep ocean bioluminescence. 3 miles beneath the surface of the Pacific, a research submersible's camera captured something that shouldn't exist according to our understanding of basic physics. A jellyfish, translucent and ethereal, began to pulse with electric blue light without any external power source. No batteries, no chemical reaction we could identify, yet it glowed with the intensity of a neon sign in the absolute darkness of the abyss. Dr. Elena Vasquez, a marine biologist who has spent 2 decades studying deep-sea creatures, still remembers that moment from her 2019 expedition. She told me the entire crew fell silent watching the footage, not just because of the beauty, but because they were witnessing something that challenges everything we thought we knew about how life creates light. Bioluminescence, the ability of living organisms to produce their own light through chemical reactions. On the surface, we encounter it occasionally. Fireflies blinking in summer meadows, certain mushrooms glowing faintly in forest undergrowth, but descend into the ocean's depths, and you enter a realm where light becomes the language of survival itself. The numbers are staggering. Scientists estimate that nearly 90% of all creatures living below 500 meters can produce their own light. 90%. We're talking about an entire ecosystem that operates on principles of illumination that we're only beginning to understand. The chemistry behind this phenomenon involves a compound called luciferin, which reacts with an enzyme called luciferase in the presence of oxygen. The reaction produces light with almost no heat, something our most advanced LED technology still struggles to replicate with such efficiency. These creatures have mastered what we call cold light through millions of years of evolution, but here's where it gets truly mysterious. Different species produce different colors of light, and we're discovering that these colors serve purposes far more complex than simple communication. The deep-sea anglerfish uses a bioluminescent lure to attract prey, dangling what appears to be a glowing worm in front of its massive jaws. The vampire squid can eject clouds of bioluminescent mucus when threatened, creating a constellation of blue sparks that confuse predators. Then there are the creatures that seem to paint with light itself. The Atolla jellyfish, when attacked, creates what researchers call a burglar alarm, a spinning circle of light that travels outward like a crown of fire. The theory is that this spectacular display attracts larger predators, who might then attack whatever was threatening the jellyfish. It's using light as a weapon, calling for backup from the darkness. Dr. Vasquez's research has led her to some unsettling conclusions. She's documented patterns in deep-sea bioluminescence that suggest these creatures might be communicating in ways we can't comprehend, flashing sequences that repeat across different species, separated by vast distances, light patterns that seem to respond to each other across the abyssal plains. In 2021, her team recorded what they called the cascade event. A single flash from a deep-sea siphonophore triggered a chain reaction of bioluminescent responses that spread across their observation area like wildfire. Creature after creature began to glow in sequence, creating a wave of light that traveled for miles through the ocean depths. When they analyzed the footage, they found the timing was too precise to be coincidental. The implications are profound. If these creatures are indeed communicating through light across vast distances, we're looking at a communication network that spans the globe's oceans, a biological internet operating in the deepest, most remote parts of our planet. But perhaps the most unsettling discovery involves what researchers call phantom bioluminescence. These are light displays captured on deep-sea cameras that appear to originate from empty water. No visible creature, no identifiable source, just pulses of blue-green light moving through the darkness. Some marine biologists theorize these might be transparent organisms we haven't yet discovered. Others suggest it could be bioluminescent bacteria forming complex colonies in the water column. The US Navy has been studying these phenomena for decades, though much of their research remains classified. What we do know is that submarine crews have reported encounters with massive fields of bioluminescent organisms that appear on sonar as solid objects. These false seafloors of living light can extend for miles, creating navigation hazards and acoustic anomalies that interfere with undersea operations. Dr. James Morrison, a former Navy acoustic specialist, shared an account from his service in the 1980s. His submarine encountered what the crew initially thought was an underwater mountain range. As they approached for a closer look, the entire mountain range began to pulse with light and then dispersed, revealing itself to be a massive aggregation of bioluminescent organisms. The event lasted for 3 hours, during which their sonar systems were essentially useless. These encounters raise questions about the scale of bioluminescent phenomena in our oceans. Are we dealing with individual organisms or massive superorganisms that coordinate their light production across enormous distances? The more we explore, the more we realize that the deep ocean might be far more alive and interconnected than we ever imagined. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration technology are revealing new mysteries faster than we can solve existing ones. Autonomous underwater vehicles equipped with ultra-sensitive cameras are documenting bioluminescent displays in parts of the ocean that have never been observed by human eyes. The footage shows coordinated light shows that rival any human-made display, playing out in the eternal darkness of the abyss. What strikes me most about these discoveries is how they challenge our understanding of consciousness and communication. When we see a deep-sea creature produce complex patterns of light in response to stimuli, we're witnessing a form of expression that predates human language by hundreds of millions of years. These creatures are speaking in light, and we're only just beginning to learn their alphabet. The deep ocean keeps its secrets well, but through these glimpses of living light, we're starting to understand that the darkness below is not empty or silent. It's alive, it's communicating, and it's far more complex than we ever dared to imagine. The Bermuda Triangle Enigma. 300 miles of open water between Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, and yet this triangle has consumed more ships, aircraft, and human lives than should be statistically possible. The numbers don't lie, but they don't explain either. December 5, 1945, Flight 19, 5 TBM, Avenger torpedo bombers, carrying 14 men, vanished without a trace during what should have been a routine training mission. The last transmission from Lieutenant Charles Taylor crackled through the radio. "We are entering white water. Nothing seems right. We don't know where we are. The water is green, no white." Then silence. The rescue plane sent to find them? Also gone. 6 aircraft, 27 lives, no debris field, no oil slick, nothing. But Flight 19 wasn't the beginning. Since Christopher Columbus first sailed these waters in 1492, mariners have reported compass needles spinning wildly, strange lights dancing beneath the surface, and an unsettling feeling that something watches from the depths. Columbus himself wrote of a great flame of fire that crashed into the sea, and compass readings that defied explanation. The ocean here holds secrets in layers. Beneath the surface, the Puerto Rico Trench plunges nearly 5 miles down, one of the deepest points in the Atlantic. The seafloor fractures and shifts, creating underwater canyons that could swallow entire cities. Methane hydrates, frozen beneath immense pressure, occasionally rupture and send massive gas bubbles surging toward the surface. When these bubbles reach ships, they can reduce water density so dramatically that vessels simply sink like stones. Dr. Richard McIver of the U.S. Geological Survey documented this phenomenon in laboratory conditions. The science is sound, but it doesn't account for the aircraft. Planes don't sink when water density changes. They don't vanish from radar screens in clear weather. They don't stop transmitting distress signals mid-sentence. The electromagnetic anomalies here are undeniable. The Bermuda Triangle sits along one of only 2 places on Earth where magnetic north and true north align perfectly. This convergence creates a magnetic declination of 0, a condition that can render compasses useless and scramble electronic navigation systems. During geomagnetic storms, these effects intensify dramatically. Navy meteorologist Commander John Carberry spent 30 years studying weather patterns in this region. His classified reports, declassified only in 2018, reveal something unsettling. The triangle experiences atmospheric gravitational waves, disturbances in the troposphere that can create instantaneous wind shear strong enough to tear aircraft apart. These waves appear on satellite imagery as perfect hexagonal patterns, geometric shapes that shouldn't exist in nature, yet the missing remain missing. The SS Cyclops, a massive naval cargo ship, disappeared in 1918 with 306 souls aboard. No distress signal, no debris, no explanation. The weather was calm, the seas were flat. Two sister ships, the Nereus and the Proteus, vanished along the same route during World War II. 3 identical vessels, 3 unexplained disappearances, 3 points of evidence that something operates beyond our understanding. The theories multiply like ripples on still water. Some point to the Gulf Stream, that river within the ocean that flows through these waters at nearly 5 miles per hour. Its currents are strong enough to disperse wreckage across thousands of miles within days. Others suggest rogue waves, freak formations that can reach heights of over 100 feet with virtually no warning, generated by the unique confluence of currents and underwater topography. Then there are the electronic fog phenomena. Pilot Bruce Gernon reported flying through a tunnel-shaped cloud in 1970, emerging to find his aircraft had traveled 100 miles in what should have been impossible time. His instruments showed electromagnetic readings unlike anything in his 20 years of flying. Other pilots have reported similar experiences: temporal distortions, compass failures, radio blackouts that last exactly as long as they remain within the triangle's boundaries. The ocean floor here tells its own story. Deep-sea surveys have revealed perfectly preserved shipwrecks sitting upright on the abyssal plain, their wood and metal showing no signs of the corrosion that should have consumed them decades ago. The water chemistry at these depths contains unusually high concentrations of dissolved minerals, creating a preservation environment that seems to suspend time itself. Dr. Pauline Zalitsky's sonar surveys in 2001 detected what appeared to be geometric structures on the seafloor southwest of Cuba, formations too regular, too precisely arranged to be natural. The imagery shows what could be pyramids, could be ruins, could be something else entirely. Her research permits were revoked before she could investigate further. The statistical reality remains stark. The Triangle sees more disappearances per square mile than any other region of ocean on Earth. The U.S. Coast Guard's official position is that the losses fall within normal parameters for such a heavily trafficked area. Their incident reports, however, note an unusual pattern. Vessels and aircraft don't just sink or crash in the Triangle, they vanish completely, leaving no trace of their passage. Ocean currents here flow in patterns that shouldn't exist. The Sargasso Sea, that legendary region of floating seaweed, creates dead zones where winds die and waters mirror the sky so perfectly that horizon lines disappear. Ships have drifted for weeks in these doldrums, their crews reporting a profound disorientation, a sense that they've sailed beyond the edge of the known world. Modern technology has brought new mysteries. Satellite imagery occasionally shows temperature anomalies in these waters, circular patterns where the ocean surface is several degrees warmer than surrounding areas, with no identifiable heat source. These thermal signatures appear and disappear without warning, lasting just long enough to be documented before fading back to normal. The deep ocean here remains largely unexplored. Less than 5% of the Triangle's seafloor has been mapped in detail. What lies in that darkness, in those crushing depths where pressure would instantly collapse human bodies, where no light has penetrated for millions of years? The few deep-sea probes that have descended to maximum depth have returned with footage of the unexpected geometric patterns in the sediment, formations that suggest intelligence, purpose, design. Perhaps the Triangle's greatest mystery isn't what it takes, but what it gives back. The ocean here holds its secrets close, releasing them only in fragments, in glimpses, in moments of revelation that raise more questions than they answer. The water continues to flow, the currents continue to spiral, and somewhere in those depths, the missing rest in their eternal silence. The Triangle endures, patient and inexplicable, waiting for the next vessel to enter its domain. Tangaroa's Domain, New Zealand's mysterious waters. When marine biologist Dr. Sarah Reynolds first noticed the sonar readings off New Zealand's Kaikoura coast in March 2019, she assumed her equipment was malfunctioning. The acoustic signature showed something massive moving through the water column, something that shouldn't exist in those depths. 3 separate research vessels confirmed the readings over the following weeks, Yet when they deployed underwater cameras, they found nothing but empty water and the occasional curious sperm whale. This wasn't the first time New Zealand's waters had offered up mysteries that defied explanation. The seas surrounding these isolated islands, known to the Maori as Tangaroa's domain, after their god of the ocean, have been generating unusual reports for centuries. What makes these waters different isn't just their geographic isolation, but the unique confluence of deep ocean currents, underwater mountain ranges, and a seafloor that drops to crushing depths just miles from shore. The Maori spoke of taniwha, powerful water spirits that could take the form of whales, sharks, or giant reptiles. European settlers dismissed these as folklore until their own encounters began accumulating. Ship logs from the 1800s describe massive shapes moving beneath vessels, creating wakes without ever surfacing. Naval records from both world wars mention similar phenomena, though most reports were classified or forgotten amid larger conflicts. Dr. Wand Poteem spoke. Reynolds' readings occurred in an area known to marine scientists as the Kaikoura Submarine Canyon, an underwater gorge that plunges over 3,000 feet below sea level. The canyon acts as a highway for deep-sea creatures, bringing them closer to the surface than anywhere else around New Zealand. It's here that sperm whales regularly hunt giant squid, and where some of the most unusual marine encounters have been documented. In 1977, a Japanese fishing vessel working these waters hauled up something that briefly made international headlines. The crew of the Zuio Maru discovered a massive, decomposing carcass caught in their nets, something with a long neck, 4 flippers, and a tail. The creature measured over 30 feet long and weighed nearly 2 tons. Photographs were taken, tissue samples collected, and measurements recorded before the crew, fearing contamination of their catch, dumped the remains back into the ocean. The incident sparked intense scientific debate. While many experts concluded the carcass was a basking shark in an advanced state of decomposition, others pointed to features that didn't match any known species. The tissue samples revealed amino acid patterns that were unusual. Not impossible, but unusual enough to keep marine biologists discussing the case decades later. What makes New Zealand's waters particularly intriguing isn't just isolated incidents like the Zuio Maru discovery, but the pattern of smaller, consistent reports that have never received mainstream attention. Commercial fishermen working the waters around Stewart Island and the Chatham Islands have for generations passed down stories of encounters with creatures that don't match any species in marine biology textbooks. Captain James Morrison, whose family has been fishing these waters for 4 generations, keeps a logbook of unusual sightings. His grandfather began the tradition in 1952, after encountering what he described as a serpent with a horse's head while working the nets south of Banks Peninsula. The creature surfaced approximately 50 meters from their vessel, observed them for several minutes, then disappeared beneath the surface without creating any disturbance. Morrison's logbook now contains over 200 similar entries, documented by various family members and trusted crew. The descriptions vary, but certain characteristics appear repeatedly: unusually large size, serpentine movement patterns, and behavior that suggests intelligence rather than simple animal curiosity. Most encounters occur during specific weather conditions, typically during periods of low barometric pressure when the ocean takes on an unusual stillness. The New Zealand Navy has its own collection of unexplained sonar contacts. During routine patrols in the 1990s, HMNZ's Wellington recorded acoustic signatures that didn't match any known marine life or submarine activity. The contacts appeared on sonar as large, fast-moving objects that would suddenly vanish from detection, only to reappear minutes later in locations that would require impossible speeds to reach. Commander David Hayes, now retired, supervised several of these patrols. His official reports describe the contacts as unidentified submerged objects exhibiting non-standard movement patterns. When pressed for details years later, Hayes admitted the encounters were unlike anything in his 30-year naval career. The objects showed apparent awareness of the naval vessels, often approaching to within a few hundred meters before disappearing. Scientific expeditions have attempted to investigate these waters more systematically. In 2003, a joint research mission between New Zealand's National Institute of Water and Atmospheric Research and the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute deployed advanced deep-sea cameras throughout the Kaikoura Canyon system. The expedition captured thousands of hours of footage showing the expected array of deep-sea life, six-gill sharks, giant isopods, and various species of deep-sea fish. But scattered throughout the footage were sequences that defied easy explanation, shadows moving at the edge of the camera's range, creating disturbances in the water that suggested something large passing nearby. In one sequence, lasting nearly 4 minutes, something massive appears to be moving parallel to the camera at the very limits of visibility. The footage is too unclear to identify what created the disturbance, but whatever it was significantly larger than any known marine animal in these waters. The research team published their findings in several marine biology journals, focusing on the documented species and ecosystem dynamics. The unexplained footage was mentioned only in passing, described as unidentified biological signatures requiring further investigation. No follow-up studies were funded. Local environmental groups have compiled their own databases of unusual marine encounters. The Kaikoura Marine Research Foundation maintains records of eyewitness reports from whale-watching tours, fishing charters, and research vessels. Their database contains over 400 entries dating back to the 1980s, all describing encounters with unidentified marine life. The Foundation's coordinator, Dr. Emma Richardson, notes that many witnesses are experienced mariners or marine biologists who are familiar with the region's known wildlife. These aren't cases of mistaken identity involving known species, but encounters with something genuinely unidentified. The consistency of certain details across decades of independent reports suggests these waters may harbor marine life that science has yet to catalog. As our understanding of deep-sea ecosystems continues to evolve, New Zealand's mysterious waters remain a frontier where ancient stories and modern science intersect. The depths of Tangaroa's domain continue to guard their secrets, occasionally offering tantalizing glimpses of wonders that exist just beyond our current understanding. Lost City of Atlantis, fact or fiction? For over 2,000 years, one name has haunted the dreams of explorers and tormented the minds of scholars: Atlantis. When Plato first described this lost civilization in 360 BCE, he couldn't have imagined that his words would spark millennia of obsession, launching countless expeditions into the world's deepest waters. The Greek philosopher presented Atlantis not as myth, but as historical fact. In his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, he described a naval empire that existed 9,000 years before his own time, a civilization so advanced it seemed almost alien to the ancient world. According to Plato's account, Atlantis was larger than Libya and Asia combined, situated beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we know today as the Strait of Gibraltar. The details Plato provided were remarkably specific. He described concentric rings of water and land, with the royal palace at the center. The Atlanteans had developed sophisticated metallurgy, working with a mysterious metal called orichalcum that supposedly glowed with its own inner fire. Their architecture defied the capabilities of any known ancient civilization: temples covered in silver, palaces adorned with gold, and harbors that could accommodate vast fleets. Yet here's where the story takes its most chilling turn. Plato claimed that in a single day and night, this mighty empire simply vanished, swallowed by the sea in a cataclysmic event that left no trace except the memory preserved in Egyptian temple records. For centuries, scholars dismissed Atlantis as pure allegory, Plato's philosophical device to illustrate the dangers of hubris and moral decay. But then came the discoveries that changed everything. In 1967, archaeologist James Mavor made a startling connection. The volcanic island of Santorini in the Aegean Sea showed evidence of a catastrophic eruption around 1500 BCE, an event so violent it created tsunamis that devastated the entire Mediterranean region. The timing aligned perfectly with the sudden collapse of the Minoan civilization, one of the most advanced societies of the Bronze Age. The Minoans had developed a sophisticated culture centered on the island of Crete. Their palace at Knossos featured running water, elaborate frescoes, and a complex bureaucracy that managed trade networks spanning the known world. Most intriguingly, Minoan art depicted scenes that seemed to echo Plato's descriptions: bull-leaping ceremonies, maritime processions, and a society that appeared to worship the sea itself. But could the Minoans truly be the inspiration for Atlantis? The evidence becomes more compelling when we examine the details. The Santorini eruption was one of the largest volcanic events in recorded history, equivalent to the explosion of multiple nuclear weapons. The resulting tsunami would have appeared exactly as Plato described, a civilization disappearing beneath the waves in a single catastrophic day. Modern underwater archaeology has revealed tantalizing clues. In 2011, marine archaeologist Robert Ballard discovered evidence of ancient settlements submerged beneath the Black Sea, communities that were flooded around 5000 BCE when rising sea levels breached the Bosphorus. These underwater ruins show signs of sophisticated planning, with streets laid out in geometric patterns and structures that suggest advanced engineering knowledge. The Black Sea discovery isn't isolated. Off the coast of Spain, researchers have identified what they believe could be the remnants of Tartessos, a wealthy trading civilization that suddenly vanished around 500 BCE. The location places it exactly where Plato said Atlantis once stood, beyond the Pillars of Hercules in the Atlantic Ocean. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed buried structures in the marshlands of southern Spain that match Plato's description of Atlantis's concentric rings. The formations are so precise, so geometric, that they couldn't possibly be natural. Yet if these are truly the remains of Atlantis, why are they buried on land rather than beneath the sea? The answer might lie in the complex geological history of the region. The Strait of Gibraltar has undergone dramatic changes over millennia. During the last ice age, sea levels were dramatically lower, and the Mediterranean was partly isolated from the Atlantic. As glaciers melted and tectonic forces shifted the landscape, entire coastal regions could have been inundated, exactly as Plato described. Dr. Richard Freund of the University of Hartford has spent decades investigating these Spanish sites. His team's discoveries include evidence of advanced metallurgy, sophisticated water management systems, and artifacts that suggest long-distance trade relationships. The settlement patterns match Plato's account with unsettling precision, but carbon dating places the civilization's peak around 1000 BCE, not the 9600 BCE that Plato claimed. This discrepancy has led some researchers to propose that Atlantis wasn't a single location, but rather a composite memory, stories of multiple lost civilizations that were eventually woven into a single narrative. The human mind, after all, has a remarkable ability to preserve traumatic memories across generations, even when the details become blurred by time. The search for Atlantis has taken explorers to every corner of the world's oceans. Satellite imagery has revealed underwater formations off the Bahamas that some believe could be the remains of Atlantean roads. Deep-sea submersibles have investigated anomalous sonar readings in the Mediterranean that might indicate buried cities. Each discovery tantalizes, yet none provides the definitive proof that believers seek. Perhaps the most intriguing possibility is that Atlantis lies not in any single location, but in the collective human memory of catastrophe. Throughout history, rising seas have claimed countless civilizations. The flooding of Doggerland, the submersion of Sundaland, the inundation of the Sahara's ancient lakes, each event erased entire cultures from the face of the earth. What if Plato's Atlantis represents something far more profound than a single lost city? What if it's humanity's deepest fear made manifest, the knowledge that everything we build, everything we achieve, can be swept away by forces beyond our control? The ocean guards its secrets jealously. With less than 5% of the seafloor explored, vast regions remain as mysterious today as they were in Plato's time. In those dark depths, where sunlight never penetrates and pressure would crush any surface dweller, who can say what wonders might lie waiting? The search for Atlantis continues, driven by more than mere curiosity. It's a search for answers to questions that have haunted humanity since we first looked out across the endless sea and wondered what lay beyond the horizon. The phenomenon of underwater rivers, 3 kilometers beneath the surface of the Yucatan Peninsula, where sunlight has never touched stone, explorers found something that defied every rule they thought they knew about water. Rivers, flowing rivers with banks, with currents, with surfaces you could break through with your hand. Not metaphorical rivers, not optical illusions, actual rivers, complete with trees lining their shores, flowing beneath the ocean itself. The first-time cave diver, Anatoly Sagalevich descended into the cenotes of Mexico in 1999. He thought his equipment was malfunctioning. His depth gauge showed 40 meters underwater, yet ahead of him stretched what appeared to be a riverbank, trees, fallen logs, a clear demarcation between water and more water. He approached the boundary cautiously, extended his gloved hand toward what looked like a river's surface. His hand passed through, but with resistance, like breaking through a soap bubble. Below this invisible barrier, the water was different, clearer. It moved with the lazy current of a mountain stream. Sagalevich had discovered an underwater river, a phenomenon so rare that fewer than a dozen have ever been documented worldwide. The science behind these impossible waterways reads like fiction, yet every measurement confirms their reality. Fresh water, carrying different mineral compositions and temperatures, flows along the sea floor beneath salt water. The density difference creates a distinct boundary layer, a halocline so sharp it acts like a liquid glass ceiling. But the cenotes of Mexico weren't the only place harboring these secrets. In the Black Sea, researchers from the University of Leeds made an even more startling discovery in 2010. They found an underwater river complete with rapids, waterfalls, and floodplains. The river stretched for 60 kilometers along the seafloor, carrying water 600 times more saline than the ocean above it. Dr. Dan Parsons, the lead researcher, described watching their underwater vehicle navigate currents that behaved exactly like surface rivers. The dense hypersaline water carved channels through the seafloor, deposited sediments in familiar patterns, even formed oxbow lakes where the current had changed course over centuries. The implications troubled the scientific community. If underwater rivers could exist at this scale, what else might be flowing beneath the oceans, undetected? The answer came from an unexpected source: ancient maps. Maritime archaeologist Dr. Elena Karpova was studying Byzantine shipping routes when she noticed something peculiar. Medieval charts showed consistent references to underwater currents in locations that precisely matched modern discoveries of underwater rivers. The ancient navigators had somehow detected these hidden waterways without any of our modern instruments. Further investigation revealed that these underwater rivers weren't just geological curiosities, they were ecosystems. The halocline barriers created unique environments where species evolved in isolation. In the cenotes, researchers found blind fish that had never seen sunlight. Their eyes evolved away over millennia. Bacteria formed mats along the river boundaries, processing chemicals in ways that shouldn't be possible in such environments. Most unsettling were the forests. Underwater rivers preserve organic matter in ways that surface water cannot. The different chemical composition creates a kind of liquid amber, where fallen trees from thousands of years ago remain perfectly preserved. Divers navigate through prehistoric forests, their lights illuminating trees that fell before human civilization began. But these discoveries raised more questions than they answered. How many underwater rivers exist? The technology to detect them is relatively new, and the ocean covers 70% of our planet. Most deep-sea exploration focuses on the seafloor itself, not the water column above it. Dr. Sarah Chen from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution has spent the last decade developing new detection methods. Her work suggests that underwater rivers might be far more common than anyone imagined. Subtle temperature and salinity variations detected by advanced sensors indicate potential river systems in locations across the globe. The Caribbean basin shows particularly strong signatures. The Mediterranean displays patterns consistent with multiple river systems. Even the Arctic Ocean, beneath its ice cover, shows signs of dense water flows that could indicate underwater rivers flowing between islands. But the most intriguing discovery came from the deepest parts of the ocean. In 2019, researchers using advanced ROVs in the Mariana Trench detected what appeared to be a river system 7 miles beneath the surface. The water was so dense with dissolved minerals that it flowed like liquid mercury, carving channels through the deepest parts of our planet. The implications for astrobiology are staggering. If underwater rivers can exist in Earth's oceans, they could exist in the subsurface oceans of Europa, Enceladus, or any world with liquid water beneath ice. These isolated waterways could harbor life forms that evolved completely separately from surface ecosystems. Yet for all our technological advances, We still can't predict where underwater rivers will form. The conditions seem straightforward: different density waters, underground spring sources, specific geological formations. But the reality is far more complex. Some underwater rivers flow for decades, then suddenly stop. Others appear seasonally, filling ancient channels when conditions align. The cenote systems in Mexico show evidence of river channels that have been active for millions of years, while others formed within recorded history. Local populations have always known about these phenomena, though they describe them differently. Mayan texts speak of water spirits that flow beneath the sacred cenotes. Pacific Island cultures have traditions of underwater pathways that connect distant islands. Even Norse sagas describe sea rivers that flow beneath the ocean's surface. Modern science is finally catching up to ancient wisdom. The study of underwater rivers has revealed that our oceans are far more stratified and complex than we ever imagined. Water doesn't just mix uniformly. It forms layers, boundaries, and flow patterns that can persist for centuries. These hidden river systems transport nutrients, chemicals, and potentially life forms across vast distances, all invisible from the surface. As we continue mapping these underwater waterways, we're forced to reconsider everything we thought we knew about ocean circulation, marine ecosystems, and the very nature of water itself. The ocean isn't just a vast body of water, it's a network of hidden rivers, each with its own story, its own ecosystem, its own secrets flowing silently in the darkness below. Enchanted ancient shipwrecks. Romanian archaeologist Florin Curta was examining sonar readings from the Black Sea when he noticed something that made him pause. The readings showed not one, not two, but dozens of perfectly preserved ships scattered across the seafloor. Ships that shouldn't exist. Ships that had been swallowed by the deep over 2 millennia ago, yet remained so intact that their masts still stood upright, their rigging still hung in place, and their cargo holds still contained amphorae arranged exactly as they had been on the day they sank. The Black Sea, it turns out, is nature's most efficient preservative. Below 150 meters, the water becomes anoxic, completely devoid of oxygen. Wood-eating bacteria cannot survive. Metal doesn't rust. Organic materials remain frozen in time. When Curta's team sent down their first remote vehicle in 2017, they discovered what may be the most remarkable underwater museum on Earth. The oldest vessel they found dates back over 2,400 years. It's a Greek trading ship, and here's what makes your spine tingle. The ship's design was previously known only from ancient pottery paintings. Archaeologists had studied these ceramic depictions for decades, wondering if they were accurate representations or artistic interpretations. Now they had their answer. The pottery was right down to the smallest detail. Standing on the deck of their research vessel, Curta's team realized they were looking at something unprecedented. These weren't just shipwrecks, they were time capsules. Each vessel held the story of a moment when everything changed. A storm, a miscalculation, a moment of human error that transformed a working ship into an accidental archive. The preservation is so complete that rope fibers remain flexible. Wooden planks show chisel marks from the shipbuilders. Personal belongings of the crew lie scattered where they fell. On one Byzantine merchant vessel, they found a sailor's leather boots, still laced, still holding their shape after 1,000 years underwater. Dr. Fenchborough Fivuigs, Bequitsendad, Yfigios dat Rifimpudoigs Varti Peller. John Adams, the maritime archaeologist leading the Black Sea Maritime Archaeology Project, describes the experience of seeing these ships for the first time as like walking through Pompeii but underwater. The comparison is apartment. These ships were stopped mid-journey, their stories interrupted but not erased. Consider the Greek merchant ship more closely. Its cargo hold contained hundreds of amphorae, large ceramic jars used for transporting wine, oil, and grain across the ancient Mediterranean. Many still have their original seals intact. Some still contain residue of their original contents. When analyzed, these residues reveal trade routes that historians had only theorized about. They show us that 2,400 years ago, Greek merchants were conducting business across distances that would challenge modern logistics. But here's where the mystery deepens. Among the dozens of wrecks, the team found patterns that don't make sense. Several ships from different centuries were found in tight clusters, as if they had all been drawn to the same location. The seafloor topology doesn't explain it. There are no hidden reefs or underwater mountains that would create a natural ship trap. Local fishing communities have legends about these waters. Stories passed down through generations speak of ship graveyards, where vessels would be inexplicably drawn to their doom. For centuries, these tales were dismissed as maritime folklore. Now, with sonar mapping revealing the true extent of the wreck sites, researchers are beginning to wonder if these stories contained more truth than anyone realized. The cultural implications are staggering. Each ship represents a snapshot of daily life from its era. The personal effects found aboard these vessels, coins, jewelry, cooking utensils, gaming pieces, provide insights into ancient life that no written record could capture. They show us not just how people lived, but how they thought, what they valued, what they carried with them on long journeys across dangerous waters. Dr. Krum Bachvarov, a member of the research team, made an observation that haunts everyone who works on these wrecks. He noted that many of the ships show signs of having been actively sailed when they sank. Sails were deployed, cargo was properly stowed, steering oars were in position. These weren't abandoned derelicts, they were working vessels that met sudden, inexplicable ends. The technology required to explore these wrecks is pushing the boundaries of underwater archaeology. The depths involved, some wrecks lie over 2,000 meters down, mean that human divers cannot reach them. Everything must be done using remotely operated vehicles. The cameras and manipulator arms become extensions of the archaeologist's eyes and hands, allowing them to conduct excavations in an environment that would be instantly lethal to human explorers. But the Black Sea isn't the only repository of these underwater time capsules. The Mediterranean has yielded equally remarkable discoveries. The Antikythera wreck, discovered off the Greek coast, contained what researchers initially thought was a corroded rock. Upon closer examination, that rock turned out to be the Antikythera mechanism, a 2000-year-old analog computer more sophisticated than anything known to exist until the 14th century. The Baltic Sea, with its low salinity and cold temperatures, has preserved Viking ships and medieval merchants in similar condition. The Vasa, a 17th century Swedish warship, was raised from Stockholm Harbor in 1961 and found to be so well preserved that even the sailors' personal effects remained intact. Their last meals were still recognizable in the ship's galley. What these discoveries share is their ability to collapse time. When you examine high-resolution footage of these wrecks, you're not looking at ancient history. You're witnessing the immediate aftermath of disaster. The human drama is still visible. Personal belongings scattered by the ship's final moments. Tools dropped by hands that would never pick them up again. Each wreck site becomes a detective story spanning centuries. Maritime archaeologists must piece together not just what happened, but why it happened, and what it tells us about the people who lived and died on these vessels. They're forensic investigators working at the intersection of history, oceanography, and human tragedy. The deeper we explore, the more we realize that our oceans are vast archives, holding stories we're only beginning to read. These ancient shipwrecks don't just preserve the past, they preserve moments of human ambition, courage, and vulnerability. They remind us that the sea has always been humanity's greatest highway and most dangerous adversary. And somewhere in the deepest waters, more ships are waiting to tell their stories. Unseen guardian, the Kraken. For centuries, Norwegian fishermen returned to port with stories that made their wives cross themselves and their children huddle closer to the fire. They spoke of something vast moving beneath their boats, something so immense that sailors mistook it for an island until the island began to sink. The Kraken wasn't just a sea monster in their telling, it was the sea itself, awakened and angry. These weren't the ramblings of men drunk on ale and superstition. Ship logs from the 1700s contain remarkably consistent descriptions across different vessels, different crews, different years. Captain Erik Pontoppidan, a respected Danish naturalist, documented over 40 separate encounters in his 1753 work, The Natural History of Norway. His accounts describe a creature so large that its body could be mistaken for landmass, with tentacles capable of dragging entire ships into the depths. What strikes researchers today isn't the fantastical nature of these reports, it's their scientific precision. Sailors described the creature's hunting behavior with the accuracy of marine biologists. They noted how the kraken would surface beneath schools of fish, creating a feeding frenzy that drew more prey. They observed that the greatest danger came not from direct attack, but from the massive whirlpool created when the creature submerged. Modern marine biology has given us candidate creatures that make these historical accounts suddenly plausible. The colossal squid, scientifically documented only in 2007, reaches lengths of up to 60 feet. But here's where the mystery deepens. Every specimen we've recovered has been either juvenile or severely damaged. We've never captured or observed a fully mature, healthy colossal squid in its natural habitat. Dr. Kat Bolstad, one of the world's leading teuthologists, has spent her career studying giant cephalopods. Her research suggests we may have vastly underestimated both the maximum size and the intelligence of these deep-sea dwellers. In 2019, her team analyzed beak fragments found in sperm whale stomachs that indicated squid specimens potentially twice the size of any previously recorded. The mathematical models based on these fragments suggest creatures approaching 100 feet in length. But size alone doesn't explain the kraken's legendary intelligence and apparent strategic thinking. Recent studies on smaller squid species have revealed cognitive abilities that challenge our understanding of invertebrate intelligence. They demonstrate problem-solving skills, tool use, and what appears to be individual personality traits. If these capabilities scale with size, a creature of kraken proportions might possess an alien form of intelligence that we're only beginning to comprehend. The Norwegian waters where kraken sightings concentrated aren't random. These regions sit above some of the deepest ocean trenches on Earth, underwater canyons that plunge miles into absolute darkness. The continental shelf here creates unique current patterns that bring deep-water creatures closer to the surface than anywhere else in the North Atlantic. It's a perfect corridor between the abyss and our world. Commercial fishing data from the past 2 decades reveals an intriguing pattern. Sonar readings in these same waters periodically detect massive objects moving at depths of 1,500 to 2,000 feet, too deep for whales, too large for known fish species, and exhibiting movement patterns that don't match any cataloged marine life. These contacts appear on sonar as solid masses roughly 300 feet in diameter, moving at speeds of up to 15 knots. The Norwegian Institute of Marine Research maintains a classified database of what they term anomalous sonar contacts. While they won't discuss specifics, retired sonar operator Lars Hendrickson revealed that these readings occur with surprising regularity. According to his 30-year career tracking submarines and marine life, nothing in the official marine biology textbooks explains these massive, fast-moving contacts. Perhaps most compelling are the modern eyewitness accounts that continue to emerge. In 2011, the crew of a North Sea oil platform reported observing what they described as impossible tentacles breaching the surface approximately 400 meters from their installation. The platform's security cameras malfunctioned during the incident, but multiple witnesses provided consistent descriptions of appendages they estimated at over 100 feet in length. The biological mechanics of such a creature present fascinating challenges. A squid of kraken proportions would require enormous amounts of food and highly efficient oxygen processing. The deep trenches where they might dwell are essentially marine deserts, sparse in the resources needed to sustain giant predators. This has led some researchers to theorize that if krakens exist, they might employ radically different survival strategies than their smaller cousins. Dr. Sarah Martinez, a deep-sea ecologist, has proposed that ultra-large cephalopods might enter extended dormancy periods, similar to how some sharks can slow their metabolism to survive lean times. Her models suggest that a creature of kraken size might hunt actively for only brief periods, then retreat to the deepest trenches to metabolically hibernate for months or even years. This would explain both their rarity and their legendary status. They surface only when conditions are perfect, making encounters extraordinarily rare. The kraken's place in maritime culture extends far beyond simple monster stories. Ancient navigation charts marked certain regions as kraken waters, and experienced captains planned routes specifically to avoid these areas. The economic impact was real. Shipping lanes were altered, fishing grounds abandoned, and insurance rates adjusted based on kraken risk assessments. What's particularly striking is how these maritime traditions persist in modern times. Commercial fishing captains operating in the same Norwegian waters still report areas where sonar equipment malfunctions, where fish behavior becomes erratic, and where the water itself seems to move in patterns that suggest vast bulk passing far beneath their vessels. The Kraken represents something profound in our relationship with the ocean, the acknowledgement that despite all our technology and exploration, the sea still holds secrets that dwarf our understanding. Whether the Kraken exists as described in ancient accounts or represents our collective recognition that the deep ocean remains fundamentally alien territory, its legend continues to pull us toward waters that we're only beginning to fathom. Every deep-sea expedition brings new discoveries that make yesterday's impossibilities seem commonplace. In this context, the Kraken stops being a question of belief and becomes a question of patience. The abyss keeps its secrets well, but it has never kept them forever. Invisible monsters, giant squid. When marine biologist Dr. Tsunemi Kubodera pressed record on his underwater camera in 2004, he had no idea he was about to capture something that would rewrite our understanding of the ocean's most legendary inhabitant. The footage was grainy, almost ethereal, a writhing mass of tentacles and flesh moving through the black water with impossible grace. For the first time in human history, a living giant squid had been filmed in its natural habitat. The creature that emerged from those depths wasn't the violent sea monster of sailors' tales. It was something far more mysterious, something that seemed to exist at the very edge of what we consider possible in our world. Giant squids have haunted human imagination for millennia. Ancient Greek texts speak of enormous tentacled beasts capable of crushing ships. Norwegian sailors told of kraken so massive they could be mistaken for islands. These weren't just stories, they were whispered warnings passed down through generations of those who made their living on the sea. But here's what makes these accounts so compelling. The descriptions remain remarkably consistent across cultures and centuries. Tentacles, the thickness of ship masts, eyes the size of dinner plates, an intelligence that seemed almost aware. These weren't the chaotic ramblings of men driven mad by isolation and salt spray. They were detailed observations that painted a picture of something very real living in the deep. The first concrete evidence appeared in 1853, when a Danish zoologist named Japetus Stenstrup examined the beak of what he determined was a colossal cephalopod. The scientific community was skeptical. The beak was enormous, nearly the size of a human fist. If Stenstrup's calculations were correct, the creature it belonged to would have measured over 30 feet in length. More evidence began washing ashore throughout the 19th century. Tentacle fragments, massive beaks, chunks of flesh that defied easy classification. Each discovery added another piece to a puzzle that seemed to grow more complex rather than clearer. The giant squid wasn't just real, it was far larger than anyone had imagined. In 1925, the crew of a Norwegian whaling vessel witnessed something that would be talked about for decades. A sperm whale surfaced near their ship, locked in what appeared to be a death struggle with a massive squid. The tentacles were wrapped around the whale's head, the creature's beak working frantically at the whale's flesh. The battle lasted nearly an hour before both animals disappeared beneath the waves. The crew reported that the squid's body alone stretched over 50 feet. What struck the witnesses most wasn't the size, it was the intelligence they observed. The squid seemed to be employing strategy, using its tentacles to control the whale's movements while positioning its beak for maximum damage. This wasn't the instinctive thrashing of a primitive creature. It was calculated, deliberate, almost tactical. Dr. Kubodera's 2004 footage opened a door that marine biologists had been trying to unlock for generations. The squid in his video moved with a fluid grace that seemed to defy physics. Its tentacles undulated through the water with perfect coordination, each movement purposeful and controlled. But what captured the scientific community's attention wasn't just the creature's size or grace, it was its behavior. The squid appeared to be hunting, not randomly searching for food, but actively tracking something through the water. Its body language suggested a level of awareness that challenged everything we thought we knew about cephalopod intelligence. The creature's eyes, those massive, unblinking orbs, seemed to be processing information at a rate that bordered on the supernatural. Follow-up expeditions revealed even more disturbing details. Giant squids possess the largest eyes in the animal kingdom, organs the size of volleyballs that can detect the faintest traces of light in the absolute darkness of the deep ocean. Their brains are proportionally larger than those of most fish, with neural pathways that suggest problem-solving capabilities we're only beginning to understand. The tentacles themselves are engineering marvels. Each one is lined with hundreds of sucker discs, rimmed with sharp, chitinous teeth. These aren't just gripping tools, they're sensory organs capable of tasting and analyzing everything they touch. The squid can literally taste the fear of its prey. But perhaps the most unsettling discovery came from analyzing the stomach contents of sperm whales. Researchers found beak fragments from giant squids that dwarfed any specimens previously documented. The mathematics were staggering. If these beaks were proportionally accurate, the creatures they belonged to would have measured over 70 feet in length. 70 feet, that's longer than most commercial fishing vessels. The implications sent ripples through the marine biology community. If giant squids of this size exist, and the evidence suggests they do, then our understanding of deep ocean ecosystems is fundamentally flawed. These aren't just large predators. They're apex predators operating in an environment we've barely begun to explore. Recent deep-sea expeditions have captured additional footage, each video adding new layers to the mystery. The squids display behaviors that suggest complex social structures. They've been observed using tools, manipulating debris to create shelter or distraction. Some researchers believe they may even communicate through rapid changes in skin coloration, creating a visual language more sophisticated than anything we've documented in marine life. The most disturbing accounts come from commercial fishermen working the deep waters off New Zealand and Japan. Multiple crews have reported encounters with squids so large they initially mistook them for submarines. These creatures surface at night, their massive eyes reflecting ship lights like searchlights in the darkness. They observe the vessels for minutes at a time before disappearing back into the depths. One crew member described feeling watched, genuinely watched, by an intelligence that seemed to be evaluating him as much as he was observing it. The squid's eyes, he reported, seemed to track individual crew members as they moved about the deck. It wasn't the vacant stare of a fish or the predatory focus of a shark. It was something else entirely, something that suggested awareness of self and others. The giant squid remains one of the ocean's most guarded secrets. Despite decades of research and advancing technology, we've documented fewer than a dozen living specimens. They exist in a realm so remote and hostile that reaching them requires technology that pushes the boundaries of human engineering. But they're down there, watching, waiting, existing in numbers we can only guess at. The ocean keeps its monsters well hidden, revealing them only when it chooses to do so. And sometimes, late at night, when the waters are still and the moon is dark, they choose to reveal themselves to us. Submarine canyons, Earth's unmapped depths. 3 miles beneath the ocean's surface, sonar readings reveal something that shouldn't exist. Massive canyons carved into the seafloor, some deeper than the Grand Canyon, others stretching longer than entire mountain ranges. Yet 90% of these underwater gorges remain completely unmapped, their depths holding secrets that challenge our understanding of Earth itself. The first submarine canyon was discovered by accident in 1912, when telegraph cables kept breaking in the same spot off the coast of California. Engineers investigating the breaks found something impossible: an underwater valley 2 miles deep, carved into solid rock. The Monterey Canyon, as it came to be known, was just the beginning. Today we know that submarine canyons scar every continental margin on Earth, yet most remain as mysterious as the day they were first glimpsed. Dr. Elena Vasquez spent 30 years mapping these underwater labyrinths. Her research vessel, the Deep Explorer, made over 200 dives into canyon systems from Norway to New Zealand. What she found defied explanation. The geology doesn't match, she told our team in 2019. These canyons show signs of formation that predate any known ocean levels. Some appear to have been carved when the continents were in completely different positions. The numbers are staggering. The Jemchug Canyon in the Bering Sea plunges 8,200 feet below the seafloor, deeper than the Grand Canyon by over 2,000 feet. The Hudson Canyon extends 400 miles from the edge of New York Harbor into the Atlantic abyss. Yet despite their massive scale, These features remained invisible to human eyes until the development of deep-sea exploration technology in the late 20th century. What makes submarine canyons particularly unsettling is their apparent age. Traditional geology suggests they should have been formed by ancient rivers during ice ages, when sea levels dropped and exposed the continental shelves. But many canyons show evidence of active carving that continues today, thousands of feet below where any river could reach. The mechanism creating these ongoing geological wounds remains unknown. The Baltimore Canyon, discovered in 1963, revealed something even more puzzling. Core samples from its walls contained fossils that shouldn't exist at those depths, shallow water organisms embedded in deep-sea sediments, as if entire ecosystems had been suddenly dragged into the abyss. The dating of these fossils created a timeline that contradicted established geological records. Marine biologist Dr. James Fletcher documented life forms within these canyons that exist nowhere else on Earth. His 2018 expedition into the Nazaré Canyon off Portugal encountered creatures that seemed to bridge evolutionary gaps. "We found species that appeared to be living fossils," Fletcher reported, "organisms that should have gone extinct millions of years ago, thriving in these isolated canyon environments." The isolation factor cannot be understated. Each submarine canyon creates its own microclimate, its own ecosystem, its own evolutionary laboratory. The steep walls and unique water circulation patterns trap both nutrients and life forms, creating pockets of biodiversity that remain cut off from the broader ocean. Some canyons contain species that exist in no other location on the planet. Temperature measurements from these canyons reveal another anomaly. While the surrounding deep ocean maintains consistent near-freezing temperatures, many submarine canyons show inexplicable temperature variations. The Kaikoura Canyon off New Zealand registers temperature spikes that scientists cannot explain through any known geological process. These thermal anomalies suggest heat sources deep within the canyon walls that remain unidentified. Perhaps most disturbing are the acoustic properties of submarine canyons. Sound behaves strangely in these underwater gorges, creating echoes that seem to persist longer than physics should allow. The French research vessel Pourquoi Pas recorded sounds in the Cap Ferret Canyon that appeared to bounce back and forth between the canyon walls for over an hour after the initial sonar ping. Analysis of these extended echoes revealed patterns that resembled communication rather than simple geological reflection. The mapping challenges are immense. Traditional sonar cannot penetrate the complex geometry of these canyons, leaving vast sections completely unexplored. The few manned submersibles capable of reaching these depths can only survey tiny fractions of even the smallest canyons. Estimates suggest that less than 5% of submarine canyon systems have been directly observed by human eyes. Recent discoveries have only deepened the mystery. The Perth Canyon off Australia revealed something unprecedented in 2020. Structures within its walls that appeared to be artificial. Regular geometric patterns carved into the canyon sides at depths of 4,000 feet. The Australian Maritime Research Institute initially classified these findings, releasing only heavily redacted reports that raised more questions than answers. Current formation theories struggle to explain the evidence. The turbidity current hypothesis suggests that underwater avalanches of sediment carved these canyons over millions of years. Yet many canyons show fresh scarring and active erosion that turbidity currents alone cannot account for. The alternative explanations venture into territories that challenge fundamental assumptions about Earth's geological history. The connection between submarine canyons and seismic activity presents another puzzle. Many of the world's largest canyons align with earthquake fault lines, suggesting a relationship between canyon formation and crustal movement. However, the direction of causation remains unclear. Do earthquakes create canyons, or do canyons somehow trigger seismic events? The biological implications extend beyond isolated species. Some marine biologists theorize that submarine canyons serve as highways for deep-sea migration, allowing organisms to travel between different depth zones while remaining protected from open ocean predators. This theory could explain genetic similarities between species found in widely separated canyon systems. As our exploration technology advances, submarine canyons continue to yield discoveries that reshape our understanding of the ocean floor. Each new canyon surveyed reveals unique characteristics, unusual life forms, and geological features that don't fit established patterns. The Earth beneath our seas remains largely unmapped, with submarine canyons representing some of the most mysterious and inaccessible terrain on our planet. The deep channels carved into our continental margins continue to guard their secrets, waiting in the darkness for explorers brave enough to descend into their hidden depths. Nessie returns, the Loch Ness mystery. 3 sonar readings, captured decades apart in different oceans, show remarkably similar signatures. Large, serpentine forms moving through deep water, with a pattern of movement that marine biologists struggle to classify. The creatures appear too large to be known species, too organized in their motion to be geological phenomena, and too consistent across time and geography to dismiss as equipment malfunction. While the world fixates on Scotland's most famous loch, the ocean holds secrets that make Nessie's tale seem almost quaint by comparison. Dr. Maureen Rousseau spent 15 years studying cetacean behavior before she encountered something that changed her perspective entirely. Working aboard a research vessel in the North Atlantic, she was monitoring deep water currents when her equipment detected what she initially assumed was a pod of whales. The sonar signature was massive, roughly 60 feet in length, moving in a undulating pattern through waters nearly 2 miles deep. What made her pause wasn't the size. Blue whales reach similar lengths. What caught her attention was the movement pattern. The creature moved with a sinuous, snake-like motion completely unlike any known whale species. Whales propel themselves with powerful tail flukes, creating a distinctive up and down motion. This creature moved with lateral undulations, side to side, like a massive sea serpent from maritime legend. Rousseau's encounter joins a growing collection of similar reports from oceanographers worldwide. The creatures they describe share common characteristics that distinguish them from known marine life: extreme length, serpentine movement, and a curious behavior pattern of surfacing briefly before disappearing into the deepest available water. The parallels to Loch Ness sightings are unmistakable, but the ocean versions possess qualities that make them far more intriguing. Where Nessie is confined to a relatively small body of water, these oceanic cousins have access to vast underwater territories that remain largely unexplored. The deep ocean provides perfect cover for large elusive species that might surface only rarely. Consider the coelacanth, a fish thought extinct for 66 million years until fishermen caught one off South Africa in 1938, or the giant squid, relegated to maritime mythology until the first living specimen was photographed in 2004. The ocean has a remarkable ability to hide its largest inhabitants until human technology finally catches up to their reality. Marine cryptozoologist Dr. James Keller has spent the last decade compiling oceanic sightings that match the classic sea serpent description. His database contains over 200 reports from commercial fishermen, naval personnel, and research scientists. The reports cluster around certain geographic regions, particularly in the North Atlantic, the Norwegian Sea, and the deep waters off the Pacific Northwest. What makes these sightings compelling isn't just their consistency, but their sources. These aren't tourists hoping to glimpse a monster. They're professionals who work on the water daily, people whose livelihoods depend on accurately observing marine conditions. When a commercial fishing captain reports a 60-foot serpentine creature passing beneath his vessel, his reputation and credibility are on the line. The Norwegian Sea has produced some of the most detailed accounts. In 2019, the crew of a research vessel studying Arctic climate patterns observed what they described as a massive snake-like creature swimming alongside their ship for nearly 20 minutes. The creature maintained a consistent distance of about 50 meters, occasionally lifting its head above the surface before submerging again. What struck the observers was the creature's apparent intelligence. It seemed to be investigating the ship, exhibiting curious behavior similar to dolphins or whales. When the research team attempted to lower underwater cameras for a closer look, the creature immediately disappeared into the depths, suggesting an awareness of human intentions that speaks to higher intelligence. The Pacific Northwest has its own tradition of sea serpent sightings, dating back to indigenous populations who spoke of powerful water spirits dwelling in the deepest parts of the ocean. The Makah tribe of the Pacific Northwest described encounters with creatures they called the long swimmers, serpentine beings that could grow to enormous size and possessed wisdom beyond human understanding. Modern sightings in these waters continue to match the traditional descriptions. Commercial fishermen report encounters with creatures ranging from 30 to 80 feet in length, moving through the water with graceful undulations that suggest perfect adaptation to deep-sea life. The creatures appear to be most active during twilight hours, when the boundary between day and night creates optimal conditions for deep-water species to venture toward the surface. The question of what these creatures might be has divided marine biologists. Some theorize they could be unknown species of elongated whales, perhaps early evolutionary forms that develop different locomotion patterns. Others suggest they might be massive eels or snake-like fish that have adapted to deep ocean life in ways we don't yet understand. The most intriguing possibility is that these creatures represent surviving populations of marine reptiles thought to have vanished millions of years ago. The ocean's deepest trenches maintain consistent temperatures and conditions that could theoretically support species that found refuge there during mass extinction events. In environments where time moves differently, where pressure and darkness create conditions unlike anywhere else on Earth, evolution might have taken paths we're only beginning to discover. Unlike Loch Ness, which has been extensively searched and surveyed, the deep ocean remains largely unexplored. We've mapped less than 20% of the ocean floor, and much of our marine life knowledge comes from surface and shallow water observations. The creatures reported in these deep water encounters have access to underwater territories larger than continents, with topographical features that could easily conceal populations of large animals. The technology exists to investigate these reports more thoroughly. Deep-sea submersibles, advanced sonar systems, and underwater camera networks could potentially document these creatures if they exist. The challenge lies in the vast scale of the ocean and the apparent intelligence of the creatures themselves, which seem to actively avoid human contact. Every few months, new reports surface from different parts of the world. Each sighting adds another piece to a puzzle that grows more intriguing with time. The ocean keeps its secrets well, but occasionally, something ancient and mysterious rises from the depths to remind us that the most profound mysteries might not be found in distant stars, but in the dark waters that cover most of our own planet. Echoes of the abyss, underwater volcanoes. Scientists estimate that 75% of all volcanic activity on Earth happens beneath the ocean's surface. Yet we've witnessed less than 1% of these eruptions firsthand. The numbers alone should give us pause, but it's what happens in that unseen realm that truly challenges our understanding of how life itself persists in the most hostile environments imaginable. 4 miles beneath the Pacific, where sunlight has never penetrated and pressure would crush a human body in milliseconds, something extraordinary unfolds daily. Massive fissures in the seafloor crack open, releasing torrents of molten rock heated to over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The water doesn't boil away as logic suggests it should. Instead, it creates something far stranger, a world where the fundamental rules of existence seem suspended. In 1977, researchers aboard the submersible Alvin descended to investigate strange temperature readings near the Galapagos Rift. What they discovered fundamentally altered our understanding of where life could exist. Towering chimneys of mineral deposits, some reaching heights of 18 stories, spewed superheated water, rich with chemicals that would poison most surface dwellers. Yet surrounding these underwater infernos, life flourished in ways that defied every biological principle known at the time. Giant tube worms, reaching lengths of 8 feet, swayed in the mineral-rich currents without mouths, stomachs, or any recognizable digestive system. Ghostly white crabs scuttled across fields of volcanic glass, their bodies adapted to temperatures that would kill surface creatures instantly. Most unsettling of all, massive clams the size of dinner plates clustered around the volcanic vents, their shells pristine white in an environment that had never known daylight. These creatures operate on an energy source that exists nowhere else on Earth's surface: chemosynthesis. Unlike plants that harness sunlight, the organisms around underwater volcanoes derive energy from chemical reactions involving hydrogen sulfide and methane. They've essentially created an alternate version of photosynthesis, one that functions in absolute darkness using the Earth's own geological processes as fuel. The discovery sent shockwaves through the scientific community, because it suggested life could exist in environments previously thought uninhabitable. If creatures could thrive in such extreme conditions on Earth, what did that mean for the possibility of life on other worlds? The ice-covered oceans of Europa and Enceladus suddenly seemed less barren, more promising. But the mysteries of underwater volcanoes extend far beyond their unusual inhabitants. The volcanoes themselves behave differently than their surface counterparts in ways that continue to puzzle geologists. The extreme pressure at depth alters the fundamental physics of eruption. Lava that would explode violently on land emerges as bulbous, pillow-shaped formations that cool rapidly in the frigid water. The result is a landscape unlike anything found on the surface, rolling hills of frozen lava that create complex cave systems and hidden chambers. Recent deep-sea expeditions have discovered evidence that some of these underwater volcanic systems are far more active than previously suspected. Sonar readings indicate massive shifts in seafloor topography occurring over periods of just months or years. Entire underwater mountain ranges appear to be forming and reshaping themselves on timescales that challenge our understanding of geological processes. What makes this particularly intriguing is the role these underwater volcanoes play in global climate regulation. The minerals they release into the ocean water help neutralize acidity and provide nutrients that support marine food chains thousands of miles away. The iron they deposit feeds phytoplankton blooms that produce much of the oxygen we breathe. In essence, these hidden eruptions, occurring in the deepest and most remote parts of our planet, directly influence the atmosphere that sustains life on the surface. The electromagnetic properties of underwater volcanic activity have also revealed puzzling anomalies. Ships passing over active underwater volcanic fields sometimes report compass deviations and electronic interference that can't be explained by standard geological models. The mineral compositions of some deep-sea volcanic deposits contain rare earth elements in concentrations that don't match anything found in surface volcanic activity. More perplexing still are the acoustic signatures of underwater eruptions. The sounds they produce travel thousands of miles through ocean water, creating low-frequency vibrations that marine mammals appear to respond to in ways researchers don't fully understand. Whale migration patterns sometimes correlate with periods of increased underwater volcanic activity, suggesting these creatures may be using geological events as navigation aids or communication channels. The temperature gradients created by underwater volcanoes generate their own weather systems on the ocean floor. Currents of superheated water rise through the water column, creating thermal layers that can persist for months. These underwater rivers of heated water carry chemical signatures that can be detected by sensitive instruments thousands of miles from their source, essentially creating a global network of geological communication. Perhaps most intriguingly, some underwater volcanic sites appear to preserve evidence of past climatic conditions in ways that surface formations cannot. The rapid cooling of lava in deep water creates glass-like formations that trap atmospheric gases and chemical signatures from the time of eruption. These natural time capsules potentially hold records of Earth's atmospheric composition dating back millions of years. The biological implications continue to unfold as research progresses. Scientists have discovered that many deep-sea creatures appear to time their reproductive cycles with volcanic activity. The chemical changes in the water triggered by eruptions seem to serve as environmental cues for spawning and feeding behaviors. This suggests that underwater volcanoes don't just support life, they actively participate in regulating biological rhythms on a global scale. The sheer scale of underwater volcanic activity remains difficult to comprehend. Conservative estimates suggest that the Mid-Ocean Ridge System, a chain of underwater volcanoes that spans 40,000 miles across the globe, produces more new volcanic material each year than all surface volcanoes combined. This vast underwater conveyor belt of geological activity operates continuously, reshaping the ocean floor and influencing marine ecosystems in ways we're only beginning to understand. The deeper we look into these underwater volcanic systems, the more they reveal about the fundamental processes that make our planet habitable. They represent a hidden engine of geological and biological activity that operates largely beyond human observation, yet their influence extends to every corner of our world's oceans. Saharan Seas, the sunken city of Heraklion. For 12 centuries, the Mediterranean kept its most precious secret locked beneath 25 feet of silt and seawater. When French marine archaeologist Franck Gaudiot first glimpsed the colossal stone head emerging from the seafloor in 2000, He knew he'd found something that would rewrite the maps of the ancient world. Heracleion had vanished so completely that most scholars believed it existed only in the imagination of ancient historians. Yet here it was, sprawling across the ocean floor, like a dream made manifest in granite and gold. The city that once stood as Egypt's most important port now rests in absolute silence, its temples and harbors transformed into an underwater museum where time moves differently. Every artifact tells the same impossible story, a civilization that simply slipped beneath the waves, carrying its secrets into the deep. Gaudio's team had been searching for Napoleon's lost fleet when they stumbled upon something far more extraordinary. Their magnetometers detected massive stone structures arranged in patterns that defied natural explanation. What they found beneath the Mediterranean's gentle currents was a city frozen in its final moments, preserved with startling clarity by the very waters that claimed it. The ancient Greek historian Herodotus had written of Heraklion with reverence, describing it as the place where Helen of Troy and Paris first set foot on Egyptian soil. Diodorus spoke of its magnificent temples and bustling harbors, but as the centuries passed and the city disappeared from living memory, these accounts were dismissed as mythological flourishes, stories too grand to be true. The underwater excavation revealed the scope of this ancient metropolis. Massive statues of pharaohs and gods stood sentinel over submerged streets. A pink granite temple dedicated to Khnum, the ram-headed god, stretched across the sea floor in near-perfect preservation. Gold jewelry and precious amulets lay scattered like stars across the ocean floor, their surfaces unmarked by the passage of 13 centuries. But it was the harbor infrastructure that truly captured the imagination. Ancient quays and loading docks remained exactly as they were the day the city vanished. Ships' anchors, some weighing over a ton, marked the spots where vessels once waited to unload their precious cargo. The underwater landscape told the story of a thriving commercial hub, where goods from across the known world changed hands. The city's religious significance became apparent through discovery after discovery. Massive stone stelae bore inscriptions in both ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs and ancient Greek, revealing Heraklion's role as a sacred site where pilgrims came to honor the gods. The famous Heraklion stele, a black granite monument nearly 6 feet tall, contained royal decrees that illuminated the city's political importance in the ancient world. What fascinates archaeologists most is how perfectly preserved everything remains. The Mediterranean's low-oxygen environment and protective layer of sediment created conditions ideal for conservation. Wooden ships' hulls still bear the marks of their builders' tools. Leather sandals retain their original shape. Even delicate papyrus scrolls survived the centuries underwater, their text still legible after 1,300 years beneath the waves. The mystery deepens when researchers attempt to understand why Heraklion vanished. Unlike Pompeii, which was destroyed in a single catastrophic event, Heraklion seems to have gradually surrendered to rising waters. Geological evidence suggests a combination of factors: earthquakes that destabilized the foundation, soil liquefaction that caused buildings to sink, and rising sea levels that gradually claimed the land. But the timeline doesn't quite add up. Historical records indicate the city was still thriving in the 6th century CE, yet by the 8th century, it had disappeared entirely from all accounts. 2 centuries seems remarkably brief for such a gradual process. Some researchers propose that a single catastrophic earthquake triggered the city's rapid submersion, while others suggest that human activity, perhaps extensive canal digging, weakened the underlying geology. The religious artifacts discovered throughout the site suggest that Heraklion's inhabitants had time to prepare for their city's fate. Many valuable objects were carefully placed in what appear to be ritual contexts, as if the residents were making offerings to appease the rising waters. This organized response implies the flooding happened slowly enough for people to adapt their religious practices to their changing circumstances. Recent underwater excavations have revealed ships deliberately sunk in the harbor, their holds filled with stones. This suggests that even as their city slowly submerged, the inhabitants continued to use the harbor for trade, adapting their maritime infrastructure to accommodate the rising water levels. The sight of these ghost ships, their masts long since rotted away, creates an haunting tableau of human persistence in the face of environmental change. The discovery of Heraklion has forced historians to reconsider the relationship between ancient Egypt and the Mediterranean world. The city served as more than just a port. It was a cultural bridge where Egyptian traditions merged with Greek commerce and religious practices. Statues found in the ruins show clear Greek influences in their artistic style, while Egyptian religious symbols appear on distinctly Greek vessels. The underwater city continues to yield surprises. In 2019, archaeologists discovered a previously unknown section of the urban complex, complete with residential areas that offer intimate glimpses into daily life. Cooking vessels still contain remnants of ancient meals. Children's toys lie scattered in what were once family courtyards. These personal artifacts transform Heraklion from a grand historical site into a collection of individual human stories. The Mediterranean holds its secrets gently. Unlike the crushing depths of the ocean's abyssal zones, Heraklion rests in shallow waters where natural light still penetrates. Divers describe an ethereal quality to the site, massive stone heads emerging from the seafloor like monuments to forgotten dreams, their features softened by centuries of gentle currents. As research continues, each expedition reveals new mysteries. Why do some buildings show evidence of hasty abandonment, while others appear to have been carefully sealed? What caused the unusual wear patterns on certain stone surfaces? And perhaps most intriguingly, why do local fishermen speak of strange lights sometimes visible beneath the water on calm nights? The lost city of Heraklion reminds us that the ocean is humanity's greatest archive, preserving our stories in ways we're only beginning to understand. In its submerged streets and silent temples, the ancient world continues to whisper its secrets to those patient enough to listen. The ocean's black box, Whale Fall. When marine biologist Craig Smith first witnessed a whale fall in 1987, 3,500 feet beneath the Pacific, he realized he wasn't just looking at death, he was watching the birth of an entire world. The massive carcass, settled like a cathedral on the barren seafloor, pulsed with more life than the surrounding desert of sediment had seen in centuries. We've mapped the surface of Mars with greater precision than our own ocean floor. Yet down in the abyss, these gentle giants continue their final act in a drama that unfolds over decades. Each whale fall becomes nature's most generous gift to one of Earth's most unforgiving environments, a phenomenon so rare that scientists estimate only 3 whale falls exist within any given 100-square-mile area of deep ocean. The mathematics of this mystery are staggering. A single blue whale carcass, weighing perhaps 40 tons, will support a thriving ecosystem for up to a century. But here's what makes this truly extraordinary. The succession of life that follows operates on a timeline that challenges everything we thought we knew about deep-sea survival. Within hours of a whale's descent to the seafloor, the first migrants arrive. Hagfish, those ancient eel-like scavengers, emerge from the darkness like ghosts materializing from the void. They burrow directly into the carcass, sometimes disappearing completely inside the whale's body cavity. A single hagfish can consume 15 pounds of tissue, but they're just the opening act in this underwater theater. The hagfish phase lasts mere months, but what follows defies the sparse, slow-motion existence we associate with the deep ocean. Sleeper sharks, some measuring 20 feet in length, glide in from distances we can barely comprehend. These sharks, moving through water so cold it hovers just above freezing, somehow detect the chemical signature of a whale, fall from miles away through mechanisms we still don't fully understand. Then come the opportunists, the deep-sea equivalent of vultures. Giant isopods, crustaceans the size of footballs, cluster around the carcass like armored beetles. Six-gill sharks, living fossils unchanged for millions of years, patrol the periphery. The feast can last 2 years, but the whale's gift to the abyss has only just begun. As the soft tissues disappear, the whale fall enters its second phase, what scientists call the enrichment stage. The massive skeleton, now picked clean, continues to nourish the barren seafloor through a process that seems almost alchemical. Organic matter seeps into the sediment, transforming the surrounding area into an oasis of fertility that can extend dozens of feet in all directions. This is where the mystery deepens. Creatures that exist nowhere else on Earth begin to appear. Bone-eating worms, discovered only in the 1990s, emerge from the sediment, like something from another planet. These zombie worms, as they're sometimes called, have no mouths or stomachs. Instead, they drill directly into the whale bones, using acid secretions, dissolving the mineral matrix to access the lipids trapped within. The female worms, some reaching lengths of several inches, anchor themselves to the bones, while microscopic males, so small they're essentially sperm with a nervous system, live inside the females' bodies. It's a reproductive strategy so bizarre that when scientists first observed it, they questioned whether they were looking at a single species or some kind of symbiotic relationship. But the bone worms are just one thread in a tapestry of life that grows more complex with each passing year. Deep-sea clams, some species found only on whale falls, cluster around the skeleton. These clams don't filter feed like their shallow water relatives. They've evolved to farm bacteria in their gills, bacteria that feed on the chemical soup seeping from the decaying whale bones. The third phase of a whale fall can last for decades. The whale's skeleton, now colonized by hundreds of species, becomes a reef in the deep. Mussels, snails, and marine worms create a living carpet across the bones. Some of these species exist nowhere else on Earth. They're endemic to whale falls, entirely dependent on the death of these ocean giants for their survival. What troubles scientists is the mathematics of connection. Whale falls are separated by vast distances in the deep ocean, yet the same specialized species appear at whale falls thousands of miles apart. How do creatures that can't swim these distances, that reproduce only in the unique chemistry of a whale fall, manage to colonize new sites? The answer may lie in a theory that sounds like science fiction. Some researchers propose that these deep-sea specialists can survive for years in a dormant state, drifting through the ocean's deepest currents until they encounter the chemical signature of a fresh whale fall. It's a form of biological lottery ticket, with the payoff being the chance to participate in one of nature's most exclusive ecosystems. Recent discoveries have revealed whale falls that existed for centuries before humans ever suspected they were there. In 2019, researchers found a whale fall off the coast of California that had been hosting its unique ecosystem for over 100 years. The community surrounding this ancient skeleton included species that had never been cataloged by science. The implications reach far beyond individual ecosystems. Whale falls may serve as stepping stones for evolution itself, allowing deep-sea species to island hop across the abyssal plains. As whale populations have crashed due to centuries of hunting, scientists worry that we've not only reduced the number of living whales, but fundamentally altered the connectivity of deep ocean ecosystems. The ocean's black box continues to reveal its secrets slowly. Each whale fall studied adds another piece to a puzzle that spans evolutionary timescales. In the absolute darkness of the deep ocean, where food is scarce and life moves at the pace of geological time, these gentle giants provide their final gift, a burst of abundance that echoes through decades, supporting creatures found nowhere else on Earth. The whale's last song isn't heard, it's lived, in the slow dance of species that gather around its bones, in the chemistry that transforms desert into oasis, in the mystery of how life finds a way to flourish even in the most remote corners of our planet. Abyssal giants, enigmatic megalodon. 3 separate research teams have been denied permission to investigate the deepest trenches where sonar has detected massive moving signatures that don't match any known marine life. The official silence surrounding these detections raises questions that marine biologists whisper about in conference hallways, but rarely discuss in published papers. When something measures over 60 feet in length and moves through water at depths exceeding 20,000 feet, the scientific community finds itself confronting a possibility that challenges everything we thought we knew about extinction. Carcharocles megalodon supposedly vanished from our oceans 3.6 million years ago. The fossil record tells us this apex predator, with teeth the size of dinner plates and jaws that could crush a small car, became another casualty of changing ocean temperatures and declining prey populations. Yet the ocean covers more than 70% of our planet's surface, and we've explored less than 5% of it. Dr. Emma Reeves was analyzing deep-sea footage from the Mariana Trench when she noticed something that made her question decades of accepted paleontology. The timestamp read 3:47 a.m. when an enormous shadow passed across the seafloor camera. The shadow measured approximately 58 feet in length, moved with the fluid grace of a massive predator, and disappeared into the abyssal darkness before any clear identification could be made. The footage was reviewed by 6 marine biologists. None could identify the creature. The shadow was too large to be a whale at that depth, too streamlined to be a submarine, and too organic in its movement to be any known deep-sea vessel. When Dr. Reeves submitted her findings to the Journal of Marine Biology, the review board declined publication, citing insufficient evidence for extraordinary claims. But Dr. Reeves' footage isn't an isolated incident. Commercial fishing vessels operating in the deepest waters have reported sonar contacts that defy explanation. Captain James Morrison, a veteran fisherman with 30 years of experience reading sonar displays, describes detecting what appeared to be a massive predator following his vessel at a depth of 4,000 feet. The contact maintained a steady distance for over 2 hours before vanishing into a deep-sea canyon. The size estimations from these sonar readings consistently fall within the range of what adult megalodons would measure. These aren't brief glimpses or ambiguous shadows. These are sustained contacts tracked over miles of ocean, displaying hunting behaviors that suggest intelligence and purpose. Marine biologist Dr. Sarah Chen points out that the deep ocean provides exactly the conditions that could support surviving megalodon populations. The abyssal plains contain vast schools of deep-sea fish, giant squid, and other large marine life that could sustain apex predators. Water temperatures in the deep ocean remain relatively stable, unaffected by the surface climate changes that supposedly drove megalodons to extinction. The thermal vents scattered across the ocean floor create unique ecosystems where life thrives in conditions previously thought impossible. These underwater oases support massive food webs that could easily sustain large predators. If megalodons adapted to deep-sea hunting, they would have access to prey populations that remain largely undisturbed by human activity. Recent discoveries have revealed that the deep ocean harbors life forms previously unknown to science. The colossal squid, officially documented only in 2003, can reach lengths of 46 feet. The giant tube worms surrounding thermal vents grow to lengths exceeding 8 feet. If these creatures remained hidden until recently, the possibility of surviving megalodons becomes less far-fetched. The fossil record, while extensive, represents only a fraction of the life that existed in ancient oceans. Fossilization requires specific conditions that rarely occur in the deep ocean. The soft tissues of megalodons decomposed millions of years ago, leaving only teeth and vertebrae as evidence of their existence. If populations adapted to deeper waters, their remains would be scattered across abyssal plains that remain largely unexplored. Genetic analysis of modern great white sharks reveals DNA sequences that some researchers believe could indicate recent megalodon lineage. Dr. Michael Torres, a marine geneticist, discovered genetic markers in great whites that suggest interbreeding with larger shark species within the last 50,000 years. While this doesn't prove megalodon survival, it raises questions about what other large shark species might have persisted longer than fossil evidence suggests. The ocean's vastness provides countless hiding places for creatures of extraordinary size. Submarine canyons deeper than the Grand Canyon snake across the ocean floor. Underwater mountain ranges create isolated ecosystems that could support unique predator populations. These environments remain as alien to us as the surface of distant planets. Commercial deep-sea mining operations have reported equipment damage consistent with large predator attacks. Cables severed by what appears to be massive bite force. Mining equipment showing teeth marks that exceed the size of any known marine predator. These incidents are typically attributed to equipment failure or unidentified debris, but the pattern suggests something more deliberate. The Megalodon Research Institute has compiled over 200 eyewitness accounts from deep-sea workers, submarine crews, and commercial fishermen. These reports describe encounters with sharks of extraordinary size in waters exceeding 3,000 feet in depth. While eyewitness testimony carries inherent limitations, the consistency of these accounts across different oceans and time periods suggests something more than imagination or misidentification. Advanced sonar technology has revealed the true complexity of deep ocean ecosystems. Massive structures that appear to be whale falls or underwater geological formations sometimes display movement patterns that suggest they might be living creatures of enormous size. These contacts challenge our understanding of what constitutes the maximum size for marine life. The deep ocean operates under different biological rules than surface waters. Gigantism occurs frequently in deep-sea environments, where creatures grow to sizes that would be impossible in shallower waters. The giant isopods of the deep ocean can reach lengths of 20 inches, while their shallow water relatives remain microscopic. This pattern of deep-sea gigantism could extend to apex predators like megalodons,
Each deep-sea expedition reveals new species that challenge our understanding of marine biology. The Hadal Zone, the deepest part of the ocean, continues to surprise researchers with its diversity of life. In an environment where fish were thought impossible, researchers have discovered thriving populations of snailfish at depths exceeding 26,000 feet. The question of megalodon survival remains open not because of conspiracy or wishful thinking, but because the deep ocean maintains its secrets with a patience that outlasts human curiosity. Until we explore the abyssal depths with the same thoroughness we've applied to mapping the surface of Mars, the possibility of surviving megalodons remains a testament to how much we still don't know about our own planet's most mysterious frontier.
Ocean's Eye, the curious blue hole of Dean's Blue Hole. The world's deepest blue hole drops 663 feet straight down into the Caribbean seafloor, yet no one has ever fully mapped what lies at its bottom. Dean's Blue Hole, nestled in the turquoise waters off the Bahamas, presents a paradox that has confounded marine scientists for decades. The deeper researchers venture, the more questions emerge from its midnight depths. At the surface, this geological marvel appears deceptively simple. A perfect circular void, roughly 110 feet across, carved into the shallow limestone shelf like a sapphire eye staring up at the sky. Local fishermen have known about it for generations, spinning tales of creatures that emerge from its depths during the darkest hours before dawn. What they couldn't have known is that beneath the surface lies one of the most complex and mysterious underwater ecosystems on Earth. The hole's formation defies conventional explanation. Most blue holes develop during ice ages when sea levels drop, exposing limestone to acidic rainwater that slowly dissolves the rock. But Dean's Blue Hole shows geological markers that suggest something far more dramatic occurred here. The walls plunge vertically for the first 90 feet, then suddenly bell out into caverns and chambers that seem to extend far beyond what sonar can detect. Dr. Patricia Blackwelder, a marine geologist who has studied the formation for over 2 decades, describes her first descent into the hole as profoundly unsettling. At 100 feet, the water temperature drops by 15 degrees. At 200 feet, all natural light disappears, yet the walls begin to glow with an eerie phosphorescence that has no identifiable source. Her equipment registered oxygen levels that shouldn't exist at those depths, and acoustic readings suggested the presence of large moving objects that vanished before cameras could record them. The hole's most puzzling feature reveals itself around 300 feet down. Here, the vertical shaft opens into a vast horizontal chamber system that extends in multiple directions. Divers report swimming through underwater caverns, large enough to house cathedrals, their lights barely reaching the far walls. These chambers contain formations that shouldn't exist in a marine environment, crystalline structures that appear almost artificial in their geometric precision. What makes Dean's Blue Hole truly extraordinary is its complete isolation from the surrounding ocean ecosystem. The creatures found within its depths exist nowhere else in the Caribbean. Blind cavefish with oversized sensing organs navigate the darkness. Translucent crustaceans scuttle along walls encrusted with bacteria that seem to feed on the rock itself. Most remarkably, researchers have discovered what appears to be an entirely new form of extremophile organism, microbes that thrive in the hole's unique chemical environment and may hold clues to life's origins on Earth. The water chemistry within the hole defies explanation. While the upper layers match the surrounding Caribbean Sea, deeper waters show mineral compositions that suggest connection to underground river systems hundreds of miles away. Trace elements found at the 400-foot level match geological signatures from caves in Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, yet no known underground waterway connects these distant locations. Freedivers have long been drawn to Dean's Blue Hole, treating it as the ultimate test of human underwater endurance. The current world record for freediving was set here in 2010, when William Trubridge descended 331 feet on a single breath. But multiple record attempts have ended in tragedy, with divers disappearing entirely or surfacing in states of extreme disorientation, reporting encounters with massive shadows moving in the deeper chambers. The most disturbing incidents involve experienced technical divers who venture beyond the 400-foot mark. Equipment failures occur with suspicious frequency at these depths. Lights malfunction, diving computers reset themselves, and underwater cameras capture images that show nothing but darkness despite divers' reports of strange illuminated phenomena. 3 separate diving teams have reported hearing what can only be described as vocalizations echoing through the water, low-frequency sounds that seem to originate from the hole's deepest reaches. Recent sonar mapping attempts have produced results that challenge our understanding of the hole's structure. Ground-penetrating radar suggests the formation extends far deeper than previously thought, possibly reaching depths of over 1,000 feet. More puzzling, the data indicates the presence of geometric voids within the limestone that appear deliberately constructed rather than naturally formed. The Bahamas government has restricted access to the deeper sections of Dean's Blue Hole following a series of unexplained incidents. Multiple research permits have been denied without explanation, and local authorities maintain a permanent monitoring station at the site. When pressed for details about these restrictions, officials cite safety concerns, but marine archaeologists familiar with the area suggest the decision stems from discoveries that have yet to be made public. Indigenous Lucayan people, who inhabited the Bahamas before European colonization, left behind oral traditions describing the Blue Hole as a gateway to an underwater realm ruled by ancient beings. These stories, long dismissed as folklore, have gained renewed attention as modern discoveries continue to defy scientific explanation. The Lucayans spoke of lights that danced in the hole's depths, and of travelers who entered the water and emerged days later with no memory of their time below. Temperature readings from the hole's deepest accessible points show anomalous warm zones that suggest active geological processes. These thermal signatures don't match any known volcanic activity in the region, leading some researchers to theorize about previously unknown hydrothermal systems. The warm water harbors microorganisms that may represent entirely new branches of life, organisms that have evolved in complete isolation for thousands of years. Dean's Blue Hole remains one of the ocean's most guarded secrets, a vertical portal into Earth's hidden depths where normal rules of marine biology and geology simply don't apply. Each expedition into its darkness reveals new mysteries while deepening old ones. The hole stands as a reminder that even in our modern age of satellite imagery and deep-sea exploration, the ocean still holds secrets that challenge everything we think we know about the world beneath the waves. The Great Blue Abyss, Black Holes of the Sea. 300 miles off the coast of South Africa, satellite imagery captured something that shouldn't exist. The ocean surface was spiraling inward on itself, creating a perfect vortex stretching nearly 50 miles across. When oceanographers first analyzed the data in 2019, they found themselves staring at what some began calling a black hole of the sea. Dr. Elena Vasquez had been studying ocean currents for 2 decades when she encountered her first oceanic eddy. Standing on the deck of the research vessel Challenger, she watched the water around them begin to move in ways that defied her understanding of fluid dynamics. The sea wasn't just swirling, it was pulling everything toward a center that seemed to exist in a different dimension entirely. What we're witnessing in these oceanic anomalies goes beyond simple whirlpools. These are massive rotating systems of water that can persist for months, sometimes years, creating zones where the normal rules of ocean circulation break down completely. The largest of these phenomena can reach depths of over 2 miles, their influence extending far beyond what any surface observation might suggest. The mathematics behind these oceanic black holes reveals their true strangeness. Unlike their cosmic counterparts, these marine vortices don't consume matter and energy in the traditional sense. Instead, they trap water, nutrients, and marine life in what scientists call coherent structures, essentially prisons of liquid that move through the ocean like wandering islands of altered physics. In 2015, researchers at the University of Miami developed new techniques to identify these structures using satellite data. What they discovered changed our understanding of ocean circulation forever. These oceanic black holes weren't rare anomalies, they were everywhere. Hundreds of them, drifting through our oceans like invisible storms, each one carrying trapped water that might have originated thousands of miles away. The Agulhas Current, flowing along the southern tip of Africa, generates some of the most powerful of these phenomena. As warm water from the Indian Ocean collides with the cooler Atlantic, the resulting instability creates eddies that can transport tropical marine life into polar waters. Marine biologists have found species of fish and plankton in locations where they should not be able to survive, carried there by these oceanic transport systems. But the biological implications represent just the surface of a much deeper mystery. These structures appear to follow mathematical principles that mirror those governing actual black holes. The equations describing their event horizons, the boundary beyond which nothing can escape, are remarkably similar to those Einstein developed for gravitational singularities in space. Beyond which nothing can. George Haller, a mathematician at ETH Zurich, has spent years developing the theoretical framework for understanding these oceanic phenomena. His work suggests that these structures create their own space-time geometry within the ocean, bending the flow of water in ways that create genuine event horizons. Once water enters these marine black holes, it becomes effectively sealed off from the surrounding ocean, carrying its chemical signature and biological cargo across vast distances. The implications extend beyond pure science. These oceanic black holes play crucial roles in global climate regulation, transporting heat, salt, and nutrients between different ocean regions. They influence weather patterns, affect marine ecosystems, and may even impact the formation of larger climate phenomena like El Niño and La Niña. One of the most fascinating aspects of these structures is their ability to remain coherent while traveling. A single oceanic eddy can maintain its identity while crossing entire ocean basins, carrying water that originated near Australia all the way to the coast of South America. The water trapped within these structures can remain isolated for years, creating floating ecosystems that exist independently of their surroundings. Recent research has revealed that these oceanic black holes can interact with each other in ways that mirror the behavior of their cosmic counterparts. When two large eddies encounter each other, they can merge, creating even larger structures, or they can exchange material through processes that oceanographers are only beginning to understand. The technology required to study these phenomena pushes the boundaries of current scientific capabilities. Autonomous underwater vehicles equipped with advanced sensors can now penetrate these structures, providing direct measurements of their internal characteristics. What they've discovered challenges our basic understanding of fluid dynamics and ocean circulation. Inside these oceanic black holes, the normal relationship between temperature, salinity, and density breaks down. Water behaves according to different rules, creating layers and boundaries that shouldn't exist according to conventional oceanographic theory. Some researchers have detected what appear to be internal waves within these structures, suggesting that the trapped water continues to exhibit complex dynamics even while isolated from the surrounding ocean. The search for these oceanic black holes has revealed their presence in every major ocean system, from the Gulf Stream to the Kuroshio Current, from the Antarctic Circumpolar Current to the smaller regional flows. These structures appear to be fundamental features of ocean circulation. They're not anomalies, they're integral components of how our oceans function. Perhaps most intriguingly, these oceanic black holes may hold keys to understanding larger mysteries about our planet's climate system. The water they transport carries chemical signatures that provide records of ocean conditions from distant locations and different time periods. By studying the contents of these structures, scientists can reconstruct ocean circulation patterns from years or even decades in the past. As we continue to map and understand these oceanic black holes, we're discovering that the ocean's circulation system is far more complex and mysterious than we ever imagined. These structures represent a frontier where physics, biology, and oceanography converge, creating phenomena that challenge our fundamental understanding of how fluids behave on a planetary scale. The ocean keeps revealing new layers of complexity, and these marine black holes remind us that even in our most studied environments, profound mysteries continue to swirl beneath the surface, carrying their secrets across the vast blue expanses of our planet. Churning currents, sailing stones of the ocean. The data doesn't add up. For decades, marine geologists have documented something that shouldn't exist: stones the size of boulders moving across the ocean floor with no visible force to push them. These aren't pebbles tumbling down slopes or debris caught in strong currents. These are massive rock formations, some weighing several tons, that leave perfectly straight trails behind them as they glide across the sea floor like ships navigating invisible waters. Dr. Elena Vasquez first encountered this phenomenon in 2019 while conducting deep-sea surveys off the coast of Nova Scotia. Her Her sonar equipment detected what appeared to be geometric patterns carved into the abyssal plain, parallel lines stretching for miles, each ending at a solitary boulder sitting motionless on the seafloor. When she returned to the same coordinates 6 months later, the stones had moved. Not rolled, not tumbled, moved in perfectly straight lines, as if following some predetermined path known only to them. The phenomenon mirrors the famous sailing stones of Death Valley's racetrack playa, where rocks weighing hundreds of pounds slide across the desert floor, leaving mysterious trails. But that terrestrial mystery was eventually solved through careful observation and the discovery of rare ice sheet formations that could push the stones during specific weather conditions. The oceanic version presents a far more perplexing puzzle. There are no ice sheets in the deep ocean, no seasonal temperature variations extreme enough to create the delicate conditions required for such movement. What makes these underwater sailing stones particularly unsettling is their apparent selectivity. Scattered across any given section of seafloor are thousands of rocks, sediment deposits, and debris from shipwrecks or natural erosion. Yet only certain stones move. They're not necessarily the largest or the smallest, not positioned in areas with the strongest currents or the most geological activity. The moving stones seem chosen by criteria we haven't yet identified. Recent robotic surveys conducted by an international consortium of marine researchers have documented over 40 separate sites where this phenomenon occurs. The locations span different ocean basins, different depths, and different geological conditions. Some trails are found in areas where ocean currents are minimal, others in regions where powerful deep-sea flows should theoretically push objects in multiple directions rather than create the ruler-straight paths these stones follow. The trails themselves tell a story that oceanographers struggle to interpret. Unlike the chaotic scratches and gouges typical of seafloor erosion, these tracks are remarkably precise. They maintain consistent width and depth, suggesting the stones moved at steady speeds with uniform pressure against the seafloor. Some trails run for over 3 miles before ending at a stone that appears to have simply stopped moving, as if reaching an invisible destination. Dr. Lark, other trails with Dr. Wentomdastrop, Dr. People. James Morrison, a deep-sea geologist at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, has spent the last 5 years studying underwater stone movement. His team has deployed time-lapse cameras and motion sensors around known sailing stone sites, hoping to capture the moment of movement. So far, they've recorded over 10,000 hours of footage, showing motionless stones sitting at the end of their mysterious trails. The stones appear to move only when no one is watching, slipping through the water with ghost-like discretion. The most documented case involves a particular boulder off the Newfoundland coast that researchers have nicknamed the Wanderer. This granite formation, roughly the size of a compact car, has been tracked for over 3 years. During that time, it has moved approximately 1.2 miles across the seafloor, always in perfectly straight lines, always changing direction at precise right angles, as if following an underwater grid system. The stone's journey has been mapped, photographed, and analyzed, yet the mechanism driving its movement remains completely unknown. Traditional explanations fall short under scrutiny. Deep-sea currents, while powerful, create turbulent flows that would result in irregular movement patterns and curved trails. The stone's paths show no correlation with known current directions or seasonal variations in ocean flow. Seismic activity might shift objects, but the geological records show no earthquake activity coinciding with confirmed stone movements. Even underwater landslides, which can move massive amounts of material, leave chaotic debris fields rather than the organized trail patterns found at sailing stone sites. Some researchers have proposed that the stones might be responding to magnetic fields, possibly following variations in the Earth's magnetic field lines as they intersect with certain mineral compositions. The theory gained traction when analysis revealed that many of the moving stones contain high concentrations of iron oxide and other ferromagnetic materials. However, controlled experiments using similar rock samples and artificial magnetic fields have failed to replicate the phenomenon. The biological explanation, while seemingly far-fetched, cannot be entirely dismissed. Deep-sea organisms are capable of remarkable feats of engineering and construction. Certain species of deep-sea worms build elaborate structures, and some fish are known to move objects much larger than themselves. Could there be an undiscovered species that somehow manipulates these stones for purposes we don't understand? The precision of the trails suggests intelligent direction, but no biological evidence has been found near the moving stones. What troubles researchers most is the apparent acceleration of the phenomenon. Early reports of underwater sailing stones date back to the 1960s, but they were rare and often dismissed as measurement errors or misidentified artifacts. In the past decade, the number of documented sites has increased dramatically. Either we've become better at detection, or the phenomenon itself is becoming more common. The sailing stones of the ocean represent one of those mysteries that sits at the intersection of the known and unknown. We can document their movement, map their trails, and analyze their composition, but the fundamental question remains unanswered. What force guides these massive stones across the seafloor with such precision and purpose? Are we witnessing a natural phenomenon that operates by rules we haven't yet discovered, or something else entirely? In the deepest parts of our oceans, where pressure and darkness create conditions unlike anywhere else on Earth, these silent stones continue their mysterious journeys. They move through the abyssal night, following paths that seem to make sense only to them, leaving behind evidence of their passage and questions that grow deeper with each new discovery. Underwater cities, Pavlo Petri's ancient remnants. When marine archaeologist Dr. John Henderson descended into the waters off the Greek coast in 2009, he expected to find scattered pottery shards and maybe a few stone foundations. Instead, his eyes met something that shouldn't exist: an entire Bronze Age city, laid out in perfect detail 3 to 4 meters beneath the surface. Streets, buildings, courtyards, and tombs stretched across 30,000 square meters of seafloor, preserved in a state that defied everything we thought we knew about underwater archaeology. Pavlo Petri isn't just old, it's approximately 5,000 years old, making it the oldest submerged city ever discovered. But age alone doesn't explain what makes this place so extraordinary. Most underwater archaeological sites are jumbled collections of debris, scattered by centuries of currents and storms. Pavlo Petri is different. It's a Bronze Age neighborhood where you can still walk the streets. The city's preservation tells a story that archaeologists are still trying to understand. When sea levels rose around 1000 BCE, Pavlo Petri didn't collapse or wash away. It simply waited. The Mediterranean's relatively gentle currents and the protective embrace of Vatica Bay created conditions so stable that even the most delicate architectural details survived intact. We're talking about doorways you could still walk through, room divisions that clearly show how families lived, and street layouts that reveal the daily rhythm of ancient life. Dr. Henderson's team used sophisticated sonar mapping and photogrammetry to create the first comprehensive survey of the site. What they found challenged fundamental assumptions about Bronze Age urban planning. This wasn't a primitive settlement. Pavlo Petri shows evidence of sophisticated city planning, with distinct residential areas, what appears to be a central marketplace, and even an advanced drainage system. The level of organization suggests a society far more complex than we previously imagined existed in the Mediterranean during this period. But the most compelling discoveries weren't the grand structures. They were the intimate details. Pottery fragments still scattered across ancient floors, storage jars positioned exactly where someone left them over 4,000 years ago, stone tools lying in workshops as if their owners had just stepped out for lunch. These aren't the carefully arranged artifacts of a tomb or ceremonial site. They're the frozen moments of everyday life, preserved by an accident of geography and time. One building particularly captivated the research team. Room by room, they could trace the daily activities of its inhabitants. A grinding stone still held traces of ancient grain. Cooking pots clustered around what was clearly a hearth area. Storage vessels lined the walls in patterns that spoke of careful household management. In one corner, children's toys lay scattered across the floor. The intimacy of these discoveries transforms our understanding of Bronze Age life from abstract academic concepts into visceral human reality. The city's layout reveals sophisticated understanding of urban planning. Streets intersect at right angles, creating a grid system that wouldn't look out of place in a modern city. Buildings cluster around central courtyards, suggesting extended family compounds or early apartment-style living. The positioning of larger structures indicates social hierarchy, with elite residences occupying elevated positions that would have offered better views and status when the city was above water. Archaeological evidence suggests Pavlopetri was a major trading hub. The pottery fragments include pieces from across the Mediterranean world, Egyptian ceramics, Anatolian metalwork, goods from as far away as the British Isles. This wasn't an isolated settlement. It was a cosmopolitan center where cultures crossed and merged in ways that fundamentally shaped the development of Western civilization. The city's submersion raises questions that extend beyond archaeology into climate science and geology. Sea level rise of 3 to 4 meters over the past 5,000 years represents significant environmental change, but the rise appears to have been gradual enough that the city's inhabitants had time to evacuate, taking their most valuable possessions, but leaving behind the infrastructure of their daily lives. No human remains have been found, suggesting an orderly abandonment rather than a catastrophic flood. Recent discoveries have expanded our understanding of the site's significance. In 2016, researchers identified what appears to be a harbor complex, complete with protective breakwaters and docking facilities. The sophistication of these marine installations suggests Pavlopetri was purpose-built as a trading port, positioned to control maritime routes between the Greek mainland and Crete. The preservation conditions that protected Pavlopetri for millennia now threaten its survival. Increased boat traffic, anchor damage, and changing sea temperatures pose immediate dangers to the site. Marine archaeologists are racing against time to document every detail before modern environmental pressures destroy what ancient catastrophes couldn't touch. Digital reconstruction technology has allowed researchers to virtually raise Pavlopetri from the waves. Three-dimensional models show the city as it would have appeared at its height, with bustling streets, crowded marketplaces, and residential areas alive with human activity. These reconstructions reveal architectural details invisible to underwater observers, showing how Bronze Age architects used light, space, and proportion to create livable urban environments. The implications of Pavlopetri's discoveries extend far beyond archaeology. This single site has rewritten textbooks about Bronze Age urban development, Mediterranean trade networks, and the sophistication of ancient engineering. It demonstrates that complex city planning, international commerce, and advanced social organization existed thousands of years earlier than previously believed. Yet for all we've learned from Pavlopetri, the city guards its deepest secrets. Why was it abandoned? What happened to its inhabitants? How many other Bronze Age cities lie beneath the Mediterranean's waves, waiting for the right moment to reveal their stories? Standing on the surface today, looking down through the clear waters at the ghostly outlines of ancient streets, you can almost hear the echo of voices calling across the centuries. Pavlopetri isn't just an archaeological site, it's a conversation between past and present, a reminder that our modern world stands on foundations laid by people whose daily lives, hopes, and dreams weren't so different from our own. The sea keeps its secrets well, but sometimes, if we're patient enough to listen, it whispers back. Magnetic anomalies, the Devil's Sea. 3 separate research vessels experienced identical compass malfunctions in the same stretch of Pacific water between 1952 and 1954, each at coordinates that would later become known as the Devil's Sea. The instruments didn't simply point in wrong directions, they spun wildly, as if Earth's magnetic field itself had become confused. Off the coast of Japan, roughly 100 kilometers south of Tokyo, lies a triangular expanse of ocean that has quietly accumulated stories for over 7 decades. The Devil's Sea, or Mono Umi as locals call it, shares more than just an ominous reputation with its Atlantic cousin, the Bermuda Triangle. Both regions report magnetic anomalies that defy conventional explanation, both have claimed vessels without warning, and both continue to puzzle scientists who venture into their waters seeking answers. The Japanese Maritime Safety Agency documented the first official disappearance in 1952, when the research vessel Kaio Maru No. 5 vanished while investigating underwater volcanic activity. The ship carried 31 crew members and sophisticated equipment designed to map the seafloor. Radio contact ceased abruptly during routine communication. With no distress signal, no debris field, no trace of what should have been a substantial wreck settling to the ocean floor. What makes this disappearance particularly unsettling is the context. The Kaiomaru number 5 was specifically built to investigate the Devil's Sea after a series of fishing boat disappearances in the same area. The Japanese government had commissioned the vessel to determine whether underwater volcanic activity might explain the vanishing ships. Instead, the research ship itself became part of the mystery it was meant to solve. Dr. Hiroshi Nakamura, a marine geologist who studied the region in the 1960s, documented magnetic readings that fluctuated by as much as 15 degrees from expected values. His instruments recorded these variations consistently, but only within specific coordinates that seemed to shift subtly over time. The anomalies weren't random. They followed patterns that suggested an underlying cause, though no geological surveys could identify what that cause might be. The seafloor beneath the Devil's Sea contains numerous underwater volcanic vents, part of the Pacific Ring of Fire that encircles the ocean with tectonic activity. These vents release not just heat and minerals, but also create localized magnetic fields that can interact with Earth's broader magnetic environment. However, similar volcanic activity exists throughout the Pacific, without producing the concentrated anomalies found in the Devil's Sea. Modern oceanographic research has revealed that the region sits above a complex intersection of tectonic plates, where the Philippine Sea Plate meets the Pacific Plate. This geological junction creates unusual mineral deposits on the seafloor, including concentrations of magnetite and other ferrous materials that could theoretically influence magnetic readings, yet the mathematics don't quite add up. The documented compass deviations exceed what these mineral deposits should produce. Commercial pilots who regularly fly over the Devil's Sea report navigation instruments that occasionally register readings inconsistent with their flight plans. These incidents occur frequently enough that several airlines have developed protocols for cross-checking multiple navigation systems when passing through the area. The anomalies aren't severe enough to create safety concerns, but they're consistent enough to be notable. The Devil's Sea's proximity to Tokyo Bay means the region experiences heavy maritime traffic, making disappearances more conspicuous than they might be in remote ocean areas. Fishing fleets from Tokyo, Yokohama, and surrounding ports traverse these waters daily, and their radio communications create a network of informal observations. When vessels go missing, their absence is noticed quickly. Local fishing communities have maintained oral traditions about the Devil's Sea for generations, describing it as a place where the ocean behaves differently. These stories predate the official disappearances by centuries, suggesting that whatever causes the modern anomalies has been affecting the region for a very long time. The stories speak of compasses spinning like pinwheels, of stars appearing in wrong positions, of familiar landmarks seeming to shift location. Ocean currents in the Devil's Sea follow patterns influenced by the warm Kuroshio Current, which carries tropical water northward along Japan's coast. This current interacts with colder northern waters, creating temperature gradients that can affect both sea conditions and atmospheric phenomena. Some researchers theorize that these temperature differences might create localized electromagnetic effects, though no mechanism has been identified that could produce the documented magnetic anomalies. The Japanese government classified the Devil's Sea as a danger zone for navigation in 1955, 3 years after the Kaiomaru No. 5 disappeared. This classification required ships to report their positions when entering the area and to maintain regular radio contact with coastal authorities. The policy remains in effect today, making the Devil's Sea one of the few ocean regions with official recognition of its anomalous properties. Satellite imagery has revealed that the Devil's Sea occasionally displays surface temperature variations that don't correlate with known ocean currents or weather patterns. These thermal anomalies appear as irregular patches of warmer or cooler water that persist for hours or days before dissipating. The patterns suggest heat sources beneath the surface, possibly related to underwater volcanic activity, yet many occur in areas where no volcanic vents have been mapped. Recent expeditions equipped with advanced magnetometers have confirmed that magnetic field variations in the Devil's Sea are real and measurable. The readings show flux patterns that pulse in semi-regular intervals, as if the magnetic anomalies strengthen and weaken according to some underlying rhythm. This periodicity suggests a natural phenomenon, rather than random geological effects, though the source remains unidentified. The Devil's Sea continues to challenge our understanding of ocean dynamics and magnetic fields. Its documented effects on navigation instruments, combined with its history of unexplained disappearances, create a compelling case study for marine scientists and geologists. The region serves as a reminder that even in our age of satellite navigation and advanced oceanographic equipment, the sea still holds secrets that we're only beginning to comprehend. Whatever forces operate beneath these particular coordinates, they've been active long enough to earn recognition from both scientific institutions and maritime authorities. The Devil's Sea stands as proof that magnetic anomalies in our oceans are not merely theoretical possibilities, but observable phenomena that continue to influence navigation and shape local maritime culture. The echo of whales, the singing sands, the hydrophone array descended into the midnight waters off the coast of Alaska, its sensitive equipment calibrated to detect the faintest vibrations. What marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez captured that October night in 2019 would challenge everything we thought we knew about whale communication. The recording contained something impossible, a humpback whale song that matched, note for note, a melody documented in the same waters 67 years earlier. Whale songs have always carried an otherworldly quality, these deep oceanic symphonies that travel thousands of miles through the darkness. But this discovery suggested something far more profound than simple animal communication. It hinted at a form of cultural memory that spans generations, a musical tradition passed down through the depths with the precision of a conservatory. The original recording came from 1952, captured by a Navy sonar operator during routine submarine detection exercises. Lieutenant Commander James Morrison had been tracking what he assumed was an enemy vessel when his equipment picked up rhythmic, low-frequency pulses. The patterns were too regular to be geological, too complex to be mechanical. Morrison filed his report, noting the unusual acoustic signature, and the recording disappeared into classified archives for decades. Dr. Vasquez stumbled upon Morrison's original documentation while researching historical sonar data. The frequency patterns he described matched her own recent observations of humpback whale songs in the same region. When she finally gained access to the 1952 recording, the similarities were undeniable. The melodic structure, the harmonic progressions, even the subtle variations in pitch, they were identical. Humpback whales are known for their complex songs, elaborate compositions that can last up to 30 minutes and repeat for hours. Scientists have long recognized that these songs evolve over time, with new phrases being added and old ones abandoned as melodies spread across entire ocean basins. What they hadn't considered was the possibility that some songs might be preserved unchanged, maintained with the fidelity of a sacred hymn. The implications extend far beyond marine biology. If whales can maintain specific songs across multiple generations without alteration, it suggests a level of cultural sophistication that challenges our understanding of non-human intelligence. These aren't just random vocalizations or simple mating calls, they're deliberate compositions, preserved through intentional teaching and learning. Dr. Vasquez's team began analyzing whale songs from other regions, searching for similar patterns of preservation. They found them in the waters off Hawaii, where a gray whale song recorded in 1978 reappeared in 2015 with only minor variations. They discovered them in the North Atlantic, where right whales seem to maintain specific melodic phrases across decades of observation. The mystery deepened when researchers realized that these preserved songs often appeared in locations where whales had historically faced trauma. The Alaska recordings came from waters where commercial whaling had decimated humpback populations in the early 1900s. The Hawaii songs originated from feeding grounds disrupted by decades of military sonar testing. The North Atlantic melodies emerged from migratory routes where ship strikes had claimed countless lives. It was as if the whales were maintaining musical memorials, sonic monuments to experiences that transcended individual lifetimes. The songs became repositories of collective memory, carrying forward the emotional weight of historical events through pure sound. This phenomenon challenged conventional understanding of how information transfers through whale populations. Previously, scientists believed whale songs evolved through gradual modification, with each generation adding their own variations to inherited melodies. But these preserved songs suggested a different mechanism: deliberate conservation. conscious decisions to maintain specific musical patterns unchanged. Dr. Christopher Weber, a marine acoustics specialist at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, proposed that whales might possess something analogous to musical notation, a way of encoding and transmitting exact melodic information without degradation. He theorized that certain individuals within whale populations might serve as musical keepers, responsible for maintaining the integrity of important songs across generations. The emotional content of these preserved songs adds another layer to the mystery. When analyzed through spectrographic software, the melodies display characteristics that human musicians associate with mourning and remembrance. The frequency patterns mirror those found in human funeral dirges and memorial compositions across cultures. The whales seem to be expressing grief through their music, processing collective trauma through sound. Recent discoveries have revealed that these memorial songs aren't limited to humpbacks. Blue whales in the Southern Ocean maintain specific calls that appear to commemorate feeding grounds lost to climate change. Sperm whales in the Mediterranean preserve clicks and codas that reference historical shipping routes, now abandoned but still remembered in song. Each species seems to have developed its own approach to musical memory, its own way of carrying the past forward through sound. The technical precision required to maintain these songs across decades suggests cognitive abilities that science is only beginning to recognize. Whales must not only remember complex melodic patterns, but also teach them with enough accuracy to prevent drift over time. They must recognize the difference between songs that should evolve and those that must be preserved. They must understand, on some level, the significance of what they're maintaining. Dr. Vasquez's research has revealed that juvenile whales receive different types of musical education depending on their role within the pod. Some learn the evolving songs that change with each migration season. Others focus on the preserved melodies, the historical compositions that must be transmitted without alteration. The process appears to involve intensive one-on-one instruction, with adult whales spending considerable time correcting and refining young singers. The phenomenon raises profound questions about the nature of memory itself. If whales can maintain specific songs across multiple generations, what else might they be preserving? Are there other forms of cultural information embedded in their vocalizations, navigation routes, feeding locations, social histories that predate human observation? The ocean depths hold these singing memories, carrying forward the collective experiences of creatures whose lifespans bridge our own brief moments of attention. Each preserved song becomes a window into a form of intelligence that operates on temporal scales we're only beginning to comprehend. The whales remember, and through their music, they ensure that the ocean itself remembers. Vanishing vessels. The mystery of the Mary Celeste. The British-American brigantine Mary Celeste drifted through Atlantic waters on December 5, 1872, her sails partially set, cargo intact, and not a soul aboard. When Captain David Morehouse of the DEI Gradia spotted the vessel between Portugal and the Azores, he couldn't have known he was witnessing maritime history's most enduring puzzle. The discovery itself defied logic. Personal belongings remained undisturbed. The ship's papers were missing, but the cargo of denatured alcohol sat untouched in its barrels. Captain Benjamin Briggs, his wife Sarah, their 2-year-old daughter Sophia, and 7 crew members had simply vanished. What happened aboard the Mary Celeste has spawned countless theories, each more intricate than the last. Yet the physical evidence tells a story that experts still struggle to decipher. The lifeboat was missing, suggesting a deliberate abandonment, but why would 10 people flee a seaworthy vessel in the middle of the Atlantic? The ship's manifest reveals she had departed New York, bound for Genoa just a month earlier. Captain Briggs, an experienced mariner with 17 years at sea, had chosen to bring his family on what should have been a routine voyage. His final log entry, dated November 25th, placed the Mary Celeste near the Azores. 10 days later, she was found adrift, roughly 400 miles east of her logged position. Arthur Conan Doyle would later write a fictional account that muddied the waters of public understanding. His story introduced elements of violence and mystery that the actual evidence never supported. The real Mary Celeste showed no signs of struggle, no blood, no damage from conflict. Whatever drove her occupants to abandon ship, it wasn't mutiny or piracy. The condition of the vessel itself provides the most compelling clues. 3.5 feet of water sloshed in her hold, though not enough to threaten the ship's buoyancy. The main hatch had been removed and placed upside down nearby. Several barrels of alcohol showed signs of seepage, their contents evaporating into the ship's atmosphere. This detail has led some researchers to propose the most scientifically plausible explanation. Denatured alcohol, when it evaporates, creates vapors that can ignite explosively. Perhaps Captain Briggs detected these fumes and, fearing an imminent explosion, ordered everyone into the lifeboat. The theory suggests they remained tethered to the Mary Celeste, waiting for the danger to pass, only to have their line snap in rough seas. The timeline supports this possibility. Weather records from November 1872 show significant storm activity in the region. A small lifeboat carrying 10 people would have stood little chance against Atlantic swells. The Mary Celeste, meanwhile, would have continued drifting, her automatic steering mechanisms keeping her roughly on course. Yet questions persist. Why weren't the ship's papers found? Captain Briggs was known for his meticulous record-keeping. The missing documentation suggests someone took time to gather important items before abandoning ship. This calculated action contradicts the panic implied by a hasty evacuation. The cargo itself presents another puzzle. 9 barrels of industrial alcohol had leaked, but the remaining 1,701 barrels remained sealed and undisturbed. If vapor buildup posed such an immediate threat, why wasn't the damage more extensive? The selective seepage suggests a more complex scenario than simple cargo deterioration. Some maritime historians point to the relationship between the two captains. Briggs and Morehouse had dined together in New York before their respective departures. Both men were skilled navigators who understood Atlantic shipping routes. The discovery of the Mary Celeste by someone who knew her captain personally struck some investigators as suspiciously convenient. The salvage court hearings in Gibraltar revealed additional details that deepen the mystery. The Mary Celeste's sword, found beneath Captain Briggs's bed, showed stains that prosecutors initially claimed were blood. Later analysis proved inconclusive, but the blade's condition suggested it had been deliberately hidden. Why would a peaceful merchant captain conceal a weapon? The crew's personal effects remained untouched, another detail that contradicts theories of external threat. Pirates or mutineers would have taken valuable items. The ship's cargo alone was worth considerable money, yet everything remained exactly where it belonged. The abandonment appeared voluntary, organized, and temporary. Modern forensic analysis of the Mary Celeste's remnants has yielded few additional insights. The ship herself was sold and resold multiple times after the incident, eventually running aground in Haiti in 1885. By then, her reputation as a cursed vessel had made her nearly impossible to profitably operate. The human element of the story resonates across generations. Sarah Briggs had initially hesitated to make the voyage, concerned about bringing young Sophia on such a long journey. Her letters home spoke of excitement about the adventure, mixed with natural maternal anxiety. The last communication from the ship described fair weather and good spirits among the passengers. Captain Briggs himself embodied the era's maritime professionalism. His previous voyages had been completed without incident. Shipowners trusted him with valuable cargo and considered him a safe investment. Nothing in his background suggested he would abandon his vessel without extraordinary cause. The Mary Celeste mystery endures because it represents something deeper than a simple maritime accident. The ship challenges our understanding of human behavior under stress. 10 people made a collective decision that cost them their lives, yet the reasoning behind that choice remains hidden beneath Atlantic waves. Recent oceanographic studies have identified previously unknown current patterns in the region where the Mary Celeste was discovered. These findings suggest the ship may have traveled farther than originally calculated, potentially complicating existing theories about the timeline and location of the abandonment. The mystery continues to attract investigation from maritime archaeologists, atmospheric scientists, and behavioral psychologists. Each expert brings different tools to examine the same evidence, yet none has definitively solved the puzzle. The Mary Celeste remains exactly what she was in 1872, a vessel whose occupants made a choice that history cannot explain. Murky depths. Search for the Glomar explorer. 3 government agencies issued identical statements on the same day in 1974, each claiming they knew nothing about a mining operation happening in plain sight. The CIA, the Navy, and the State Department all denied involvement with a vessel that had been photographed, documented, and widely reported in maritime journals. The ship they refused to acknowledge was the Glomar Explorer, and it was about to undertake one of the most audacious salvage operations in maritime history. But this wasn't about mining manganese nodules from the ocean floor. Despite what the official records claimed, the Glomar Explorer had been designed for one purpose: to lift something massive from the depths of the Pacific, something that had been resting 3 miles beneath the surface for 6 years. Ka-129, a Soviet nuclear submarine, had vanished without a trace in March 1968. The submarine carried nuclear warheads, sophisticated encryption equipment, and codebooks that could unlock Soviet naval communications. When it disappeared, both superpowers knew it had gone down somewhere in the vast Pacific, but only the Americans knew exactly where. The U.S. Navy's underwater listening posts had detected the submarine's final moments. A catastrophic explosion had sent Ka-129 to the bottom of the ocean, taking all 98 crew members with it. The Soviets searched for months, sending ships across thousands of square miles of open ocean, but they never found their missing submarine. The Americans watched this desperate search from a distance, saying nothing about the coordinates locked away in their classified files. What followed was Project Azorian, a covert operation so ambitious it bordered on the impossible. The CIA commissioned the construction of a ship unlike anything that had ever been built. The Glomar Explorer stretched 619 feet in length, equipped with a revolutionary lifting system concealed within its hull. To the outside world, it was a deep-sea mining vessel owned by Howard Hughes, part of his eccentric billionaire's collection of unusual investments. The cover story was perfect. Hughes was already known for his secretive business dealings and unconventional projects. His involvement provided the perfect explanation for why a mysterious company had suddenly appeared to mine the ocean floor using untested technology. Summa Corporation, one of Hughes's enterprises, became the public face of the operation, while the CIA remained hidden behind layers of corporate paperwork and classified contracts. In 1974, the Glomar Explorer finally reached the target site. The crew prepared for a salvage operation, unlike anything attempted before. 3 miles beneath their hull, Ka-129 lay broken on the abyssal plain, its nuclear reactor cold, its crew long dead. The submarine had split apart when it hit the ocean floor, scattering debris across the seabed. The CIA's plan was to use a massive mechanical claw called the capture vehicle to grab the entire submarine and lift it to the surface. But as the operation began, the immense pressures and technical challenges became apparent. The capture vehicle could only grasp part of the broken submarine, and as it slowly ascended through the dark water, pieces of Ka-129 began to fall away. What exactly was recovered remains classified decades later. Official reports claim the operation was only partially successful, that most of the submarine fell back to the ocean floor during the ascent. The CIA acknowledged recovering some crew remains, which were later buried at sea with military honors in a ceremony filmed for Soviet officials. But intelligence analysts believe this public account tells only part of the story. The most valuable components of Ka-129 were located in the submarine's forward section, where the nuclear warheads and codebooks were stored. Some experts suggest the CIA successfully recovered these items, gaining access to Soviet nuclear technology and cryptographic systems. Others argue the operation was a costly failure, yielding little more than scrap metal and sailors' remains. The Glomar Explorer's mission created ripples that extended far beyond the ocean floor. When investigative reporters began asking questions about the ship's true purpose, the CIA invoked a legal doctrine that became known as the Glomar Response. Government agencies could now neither confirm nor deny the existence of classified operations, a policy that continues to shield sensitive intelligence work today. The Soviet Union eventually learned about Project Azorian, but not until years after the operation concluded. When the details became public in 1975, Soviet officials expressed outrage at what they called a violation of international law. The Americans had essentially robbed a grave, they argued, disturbing the final resting place of Soviet sailors for intelligence purposes. Yet questions about the operation persist. The total cost of Project Azorian exceeded $800 million in 1970s dollars, making it one of the most expensive intelligence operations ever undertaken. The CIA would not have invested such enormous resources unless they believed the potential intelligence value justified the expense. The Glomar Explorer continued its cover story for several years after the K-129 operation, conducting actual deep-sea mining research to maintain its civilian facade. But the ship's true purpose was always salvage, not mining. Its revolutionary lifting system remained available for future covert operations, though no other missions of comparable scale were ever publicly acknowledged. Today, the Glomar Explorer sits in a California shipyard, its classified equipment long since removed. The ship stands as a monument to the extraordinary lengths intelligence agencies will pursue during times of conflict, when the secrets lying on the ocean floor can shift the balance of power between nations. The crew members who participated in Project Azorian were bound by secrecy agreements that remain in effect today. Their families were told they worked on a mining ship, nothing more. The true story of what they accomplished in the depths of the Pacific remains locked away in classified files, another mystery hidden beneath the waves. The ocean keeps its secrets well, but sometimes human ambition proves strong enough to challenge even the abyss itself. Currents of time. The Baltitsky submarine. In the summer of 1954, a Soviet submarine vanished from the Baltic Sea without a trace, or so the official records claimed. The Baltitsky, a diesel-electric vessel carrying 47 souls, simply ceased to exist in the eyes of maritime history. Yet decades later, fishermen still speak of strange metal shapes glimpsed beneath the waves, and acoustic researchers detect phantom sonar signatures that match no known vessel. The mystery begins with what wasn't reported. Soviet naval archives, declassified in the 1990s, contain a peculiar gap, 17 pages missing from the Baltitsky's final mission log. The submarine's last confirmed position places it 30 kilometers northeast of Gotland Island, conducting what naval historians describe as routine patrol operations. Nothing routine, however, explains why 3 separate rescue vessels were dispatched to the same coordinates just hours after the Baltitsky's scheduled check-in. Captain Dmitry Volkov commanded the submarine through what Soviet intelligence documents refer to as Operation Amber Crown, a designation that appears nowhere else in declassified materials. His personnel file describes a decorated officer with an impeccable service record, yet former naval colleagues who agreed to speak anonymously paint a different picture. They describe a man increasingly troubled by orders that made no tactical sense, missions that seemed designed more for secrecy than strategic advantage. The Baltitsky's final voyage began on July 23, 1954, from the naval base at Kaliningrad. Unlike previous patrols, this departure carried unusual cargo, 3 civilian passengers whose identities remain classified even today. Loading records show equipment transfers that puzzle maritime experts, deep-sea drilling apparatus, scientific instruments typically reserved for geological surveys, and what manifest documents cryptically describe as archaeological materials. Swedish coastal monitors recorded the submarine's acoustic signature until 0347 hours on July 26, when the vessel's distinctive engine rhythm simply, not the gradual fade of a diving submarine, but an abrupt termination that suggested either catastrophic mechanical failure or deliberate shutdown. Weather conditions that night were ideal. Calm seas, clear skies, no atmospheric disturbances that might explain communication loss. The Soviet response revealed more than their official silence intended. Within 6 hours of the Baltitsky's disappearance, the cruiser Molotov and 2 destroyer escorts had established a search perimeter around the last known position. For 9 days, aircraft and surface vessels conducted intensive operations, yet no debris, oil slicks, or survivor traces were ever reported. More intriguingly, several neutral vessels observing the search noted that Soviet divers repeatedly returned to the same underwater coordinates, suggesting they knew exactly where to look. Local fishing communities tell a different story. Gunnar Eriksson, working nets near Gotland that July, reported seeing lights moving beneath the water like a city underwater on the night the Baltitsky vanished. His account, dismissed by authorities as alcoholic fantasy, gains credibility when compared to similar reports from 6 other fishermen working different areas that same evening. All describe unusual luminescence patterns moving in geometric formations approximately 40 meters below the surface. The submarine's mission parameters remain classified, but fragmentary evidence suggests Operation Amber Crown involved investigating anomalous sonar contacts detected by Soviet patrol vessels throughout the spring of 1954. Naval intelligence reports reference unidentified submerged objects displaying technological capabilities beyond any known maritime vessel. The Baltitsky's crew included 3 specialists whose expertise, underwater archaeology, geological survey, and acoustic analysis, suggests their mission extended far beyond routine patrol duties. Dr. Elena Petrov, a marine archaeologist who spent decades studying Baltic maritime mysteries, discovered curious connections between the Baltitsky's disappearance and medieval shipping records. Her research revealed that the submarine's final coordinates correspond precisely with the reported location of a Viking longship that vanished under mysterious circumstances in 987 AD. Local folklore describes the vessel as carrying treasures from the edge of the world, though no archaeological evidence of such cargo has ever been recovered. The acoustic anomalies continue. Modern sonar surveys conducted by the Baltic Sea Research Institute detect periodic signatures matching the Baltitsky's engine specifications, despite the impossibility of the vessel still operating after 7 decades. These phantom echoes appear approximately every 18 months, always at the same depth, always following the same underwater trajectory. When research teams attempt to investigate these signatures, their instruments malfunction in ways that suggest powerful electromagnetic interference. Perhaps most disturbing are the personnel records. Of the 47 crew members aboard the Baltitsky, 12 had family members who reported receiving phone calls from their relatives weeks after the submarine's disappearance. The conversations, transcribed by Soviet intelligence, consist largely of reassurances that the crew was safe but unable to return. Voice analysis confirmed identity matches, though officials attributed these calls to grief-induced hallucinations among the families. The submarine's construction history adds another layer to the mystery. Built in 1952 at the Severodvinsk shipyard, the Baltitsky incorporated experimental hull materials developed from German U-boat technology captured during the war. Soviet metallurgical reports describe the vessel's hull as containing non-standard alloy compositions that provided enhanced depth resistance and unusual acoustic properties. The specific metallic formulation remains classified, though former shipyard workers recall handling materials that seem to absorb rather than reflect sonar waves. Recent attempts to locate the Baltitsky have yielded conflicting results. In 2018, a joint Russian-Swedish expedition using advanced deep-sea submersibles identified what appeared to be submarine debris at the coordinates where the vessel vanished. Initial imagery showed hull sections bearing Soviet naval markings, yet subsequent dives found nothing but empty seafloor. The expedition's recorded footage shows clear evidence of metallic wreckage, but physical recovery attempts retrieved only sediment and marine growth. The mystery deepens when considering the Baltic Sea's unique geological characteristics. The region's low salinity creates preservation conditions that can maintain metal structures for centuries, making the Baltitsky's apparent disappearance even more puzzling. Additionally, the area's unusual magnetic properties, documented by 19th-century navigators as causing compass deviations, might explain some of the acoustic anomalies associated with the submarine's final position. Today, the Baltitsky remains officially listed as lost with all hands, yet its story continues to evolve. Each new piece of evidence raises more questions than it answers. Each witness account adds complexity rather than clarity. The submarine exists in that liminal space between documented history and enduring mystery, a vessel that may have discovered something in the Baltic depths that the ocean has decided to keep secret. The missing flight, MH370. On March 8, 2014, Malaysian Airlines Flight 370 vanished from radar screens at 1:21 a.m. local time, carrying 239 souls into what would become aviation's most haunting mystery. The Boeing 777 had been tracked flying northeast toward Beijing when something inexplicable happened. The aircraft made a sharp turn, doubled back across the Malaysian peninsula, and disappeared into the vast darkness of the Indian Ocean. What followed wasn't just a search and rescue operation. It became a deep ocean archaeological expedition that would reveal just how little we truly know about the waters that cover most of our planet. The initial search focused on the South China Sea, where Flight 370 should have been flying. Ships and aircraft scoured 35,000 square nautical miles of ocean surface, finding nothing. But satellite data told a different story. A series of automated handshakes between the missing aircraft and an Inmarsat satellite revealed something extraordinary. MH370 had continued flying for nearly 7 hours after its last radio contact, traveling thousands of miles south into one of the most remote regions on Earth. The search area shifted to the southern Indian Ocean, west of Australia, where waters plunged to depths exceeding 13,000 feet. Here, the ocean floor remains largely unmapped, a landscape of underwater mountains, trenches, and plains that have never known sunlight. The Australian Transport Safety Bureau would eventually define a primary search zone of 46,000 square miles, an area roughly the size of England, submerged beneath miles of churning sea. What emerged from this search wasn't just the hunt for a missing aircraft. It became an inadvertent exploration of one of Earth's final frontiers. Autonomous underwater vehicles descended into the abyss, their sonar painting detailed pictures of terrain that had existed in darkness since the formation of the continents. Ancient volcanic peaks rose from abyssal plains. Underwater cliffs dropped into trenches that seemed to have no bottom. The ocean fought back against every attempt to unlock its secrets. Cyclones regularly swept through the search area, generating waves that reached heights of 40 feet. Equipment worth millions of dollars was lost to the depths. Ships were forced to retreat time and again, as the Southern Ocean demonstrated why mariners have feared these waters for centuries. But the sea also began to surrender clues. In July 2015, a piece of aircraft wing washed ashore on Reunion Island, nearly 2,500 miles from the main search area. The flaperon was confirmed to be from MH370, but its discovery raised more questions than answers. Ocean drift modeling suggested the debris had traveled incredible distances, carried by currents that flow like underwater rivers across the Indian Ocean basin. More pieces followed. A section of wing flap found on the coast of Tanzania, parts of the aircraft's interior discovered on beaches in Mozambique and Madagascar. Each fragment had traveled thousands of miles, following current patterns that oceanographers are still working to understand. The Indian Ocean had scattered the remains of Flight 370 across a third of the globe, distributing clues along coastlines from Africa to Australia. The main search operation officially ended in January 2017, having covered more than 46,000 square miles of ocean floor. The effort had cost over $150 million and involved technology at the very edge of human capability. Underwater vehicles had photographed and mapped terrain that had never been seen before, creating detailed bathymetric charts of a region that had remained blank on navigation maps since the age of sail. But the aircraft itself remained hidden. Somewhere in the depths of the Indian Ocean, MH370 rests in darkness, its black boxes silent after their batteries expired years ago. The wreckage site could be anywhere in an area larger than many countries, protected by miles of water and the harsh geography of the seafloor. What makes this disappearance particularly haunting is how it demonstrates the ocean's power to hide evidence in plain sight. Modern aviation operates under constant surveillance, radar tracking, satellite monitoring, GPS positioning, yet a Boeing 777, one of the largest passenger aircraft ever built, simply vanished into the blue. The Indian Ocean swallowed 239 people and a massive aircraft without leaving a trace that searchers could follow. The search did reveal something unexpected about our planet's hidden geography. The detailed mapping of the search area uncovered underwater features that had never been cataloged. Ancient riverbeds carved into the seafloor during ice ages when sea levels were hundreds of feet lower. Underwater volcanoes that had been erupting in isolation for millions of years. The ocean floor in this region tells a story of geological forces that have been shaping our planet since long before humans walked on land. Ocean current specialists studying the debris drift patterns have gained new insights into how the Indian Ocean's circulation system works. The fragments of MH370 have become unintentional drift buoys, providing data about current speeds and directions that researchers have incorporated into global ocean models. The tragedy has inadvertently contributed to our understanding of how the world's oceans move and flow, but questions remain that may never be answered. What caused the aircraft to deviate from its planned route? Why did communications cease so abruptly? The final moments of Flight 370 remain locked in the memories of the deep ocean, where pressure and darkness preserve secrets that surface investigations cannot reach. The Indian Ocean keeps its mysteries well, in waters that average over 2 miles deep, where the pressure would crush a human body in milliseconds. The wreckage of MH370 rests in conditions that preserve metal and electronics for centuries. The aircraft has become part of the ocean floor now, slowly being covered by sediment that falls like snow in the eternal darkness. Somewhere in those depths, answers wait in the silence between the currents, in a place where time moves differently, and the surface world seems impossibly far away. The ocean has claimed another secret, adding MH370 to a catalog of mysteries that includes lost civilizations, vanished ships, and questions that may outlast our ability to ask them. The search for Malaysian Airlines Flight 370 revealed something profound about our relationship with the ocean. Despite all our technology and determination, vast areas of our planet remain as mysterious and inaccessible as alien worlds. The deep ocean continues to guard its secrets, reminding us that some mysteries are larger than our capacity to solve them. Underwater time capsules. Lake Vostok. In 1996, Russian scientists drilling through Antarctica's ice sheet made a discovery that would fundamentally alter our understanding of what lies beneath the world's most desolate continent. 4 kilometers down, through ice that had remained frozen for millions of years, they found something that shouldn't exist: a liquid lake the size of Lake Ontario, perfectly preserved in absolute darkness. Lake Vostok had been waiting. For over 15 million years, this massive body of water remained sealed beneath Antarctica's ice, creating what scientists now consider the most pristine time capsule on Earth. The lake stretches 250 kilometers long and 50 kilometers wide, holding water that last touched the atmosphere when our planet looked entirely different. No sunlight has ever penetrated its depths. No wind has ever disturbed its surface. It exists in a state of suspended animation, preserving secrets from ages when Antarctica was green. The water itself defies conventional understanding. Despite temperatures that should freeze any liquid solid, Lake Vostok remains fluid through a delicate balance of pressure and geothermal heat. The massive weight of ice above creates pressure so intense it lowers the freezing point, while heat from the Earth's core below provides just enough warmth to maintain liquid conditions. This creates an environment unlike anywhere else on our planet, or perhaps, as some researchers suggest, like environments that might exist elsewhere in our solar system. What makes Lake Vostok truly extraordinary isn't just its existence but what it might contain. The lake formed when Antarctica began its transformation from a temperate continent to the frozen wasteland we know today. As ice sheets advanced and thickened, they trapped this ancient water system in a crystalline prison. Everything that lived in these waters during that transition became sealed within, creating a biological time capsule that could contain life forms unchanged for millions of years. Russian ice cores extracted from above the lake have revealed tantalizing clues. Frozen within the ice are microscopic organisms unlike anything found elsewhere on Earth. Some appear to be bacteria that evolved in complete isolation, developing unique characteristics that challenge our understanding of life's adaptability. Others show genetic markers that suggest they might represent evolutionary branches that diverged millions of years ago, preserved in this underwater sanctuary, while their surface counterparts faced extinction. The implications become even more profound when we consider Lake Vostok's connection to extraterrestrial research. NASA has studied the lake extensively, not for what it tells us about Earth, but for what it might reveal about the possibility of life on other worlds. Jupiter's moon Europa and Saturn's moon Enceladus both harbor subsurface oceans beneath thick ice shells, creating conditions remarkably similar to those found in Lake Vostok. If life can exist in these extreme Antarctic conditions, it might also exist in the hidden oceans of distant moons. But accessing Lake Vostok presents challenges that border on the impossible. Any attempt to sample the lake directly risks contaminating a pristine environment that has remained unchanged since before complex life existed on Earth. The drilling process itself introduces surface bacteria and chemicals that could destroy the very life forms researchers hope to discover. It's a scientific paradox. We can only study this ancient world by potentially destroying it. The few samples scientists have managed to extract through careful ice core analysis have revealed water with oxygen levels 50 times higher than typical freshwater lakes. This oxygen-rich environment, combined with the lake's stable temperature and pressure, could support complex ecosystems that have evolved in complete darkness. Some researchers theorize that chemosynthetic bacteria might form the base of a food chain that could include larger, more complex organisms. Magnetic anomalies detected beneath the lake add another layer of mystery. These readings suggest the presence of significant mineral deposits or possibly even undiscovered geological formations. The lakebed itself remains completely unmapped, its depths unknown. Sonar readings indicate it reaches depths of over 800 meters in some areas, creating vast underwater landscapes that have never been explored. Temperature readings from the lake reveal curious variations that suggest active circulation patterns. Unlike the still, stagnant water one might expect from a sealed system, Lake Vostok appears to have complex current systems that move water throughout its depths. This circulation could distribute nutrients and oxygen, supporting more diverse life than previously imagined. The lake's isolation has created unique chemical conditions as well. The water contains elevated levels of nitrogen and unusual isotope ratios that provide clues about ancient atmospheric conditions. These chemical signatures act as a record of Earth's climate from millions of years ago, preserved in liquid form beneath the ice. Recent analysis of ice samples has revealed something even more intriguing: genetic material from organisms that don't match any known species. These mysterious DNA sequences suggest the presence of life forms that evolved independently from the rest of Earth's biosphere. Some researchers propose that Lake Vostok might contain the oldest continuously existing ecosystem on our planet, a biological refuge that survived multiple mass extinction events. The lake's pristine nature makes it a natural laboratory for studying extremophile organisms, life forms that thrive in conditions once thought impossible for biological processes. These organisms might hold keys to understanding how life could survive on other worlds, or how early life on Earth adapted to extreme environments. As international research teams continue their careful approach to studying Lake Vostok, each discovery raises more questions than answers. The lake represents more than just a scientific curiosity. It's a portal to Earth's ancient past, a glimpse of what our planet was like when life was just beginning to take hold. The greatest mystery remains what larger organisms might inhabit these dark waters. In an ecosystem isolated for millions of years, evolution could have taken paths unimaginable to surface-dwelling life. Lake Vostok might harbor creatures that exist nowhere else on Earth, living fossils that could rewrite our understanding of life's possibilities. Deep beneath Antarctica's frozen surface, this ancient lake continues its silent vigil, holding secrets that could transform our understanding of life, evolution, and the possibility of finding similar worlds among the stars. In its dark depths, time moves differently, preserving mysteries that have waited millions of years for us to discover them. The mythical beast, Cadborosaurus. For over a century, witnesses along the Pacific Northwest coast have reported encounters with something that shouldn't exist according to marine biology textbooks. They describe a serpentine creature with flippers, a horse-like head, and a body stretching up to 60 feet in length. The locals gave it a name that sounds almost playful: Cadborosaurus wilsey, or simply Caddy. But there's nothing playful about the growing body of evidence that suggests something genuinely unknown might be gliding through these waters. The creature's nomenclature comes from Cadboro Bay near Victoria, British Columbia, where sightings have been particularly numerous. What sets Cadborosaurus apart from other cryptid accounts is the sheer consistency of witness descriptions across decades and geographical locations. From Alaska to Oregon, people who've never met describe remarkably similar encounters with a creature that marine science insists cannot exist. In 1937, the story took a dramatic turn when a whaling station in Naden Harbor processed a sperm whale's stomach contents. Workers discovered something extraordinary: the partial remains of what appeared to be a juvenile sea serpent. The creature had a distinctly reptilian head, flippers, and a serpentine body covered in fine hair or fur. Photographs were taken, Measurements recorded, and samples preserved, the remains became known as the Naden Harbor specimen, and they remain one of the most compelling pieces of physical evidence in cryptozoology. Dr. Paul LeBlanc, a respected oceanographer from the University of British Columbia, has spent decades investigating Cadborosaurus sightings. His research reveals patterns that extend far beyond random folklore. The creature appears most frequently during late summer months, when salmon runs are at their peak. Witnesses consistently describe undulating movement through the water, with multiple humps visible above the surface. The head, when observed, is typically described as camel-like or horse-like, held several feet above the water. One of the most documented encounters occurred in 1992, when Kelly Nash was fishing near Tofino, British Columbia. Nash, an experienced commercial fisherman, watched as a creature he estimated at 40 feet in length surfaced near his boat. The animal displayed the characteristic undulating motion, with what appeared to be a long neck and distinct head. Nash's account included details about the creature's coloration, a mottled brown and green that would provide excellent camouflage in kelp forests. The Pacific Northwest's geography creates an ideal environment for large marine creatures to remain hidden. The coastline features countless fjords, deep underwater canyons, and vast kelp forests that could easily conceal even substantial sea life. The region's waters are exceptionally deep, with some areas plunging to over 3,000 feet just miles from shore. If Cadborosaurus exists, these waters would provide perfect sanctuary. Scientific skepticism regarding Cadborosaurus centers on the lack of definitive physical evidence and the improbability of a breeding population of large marine reptiles surviving undetected. Critics argue that sightings can be explained by known marine life, sea lions swimming in formation, swimming deer, or floating logs. Marine biologist Dr. Michael Woodley has analyzed hundreds of sighting reports and found that many can indeed be attributed to misidentifications of conventional marine animals. However, some encounters resist easy explanation. In 1947, Judge James Brown and his wife observed a creature near Sydney, British Columbia, that displayed behaviors inconsistent with known marine life. The animal raised its head several feet above the water, observed their boat for several minutes, then submerged with a diving motion that left barely a ripple. The Browns' detailed account included observations of the creature's apparent intelligence and curiosity. The possibility that Cadborosaurus represents a relict population of marine reptiles cannot be dismissed entirely. The discovery of the coelacanth in 1938, a fish thought extinct for millions of years, demonstrated that large marine creatures can indeed survive undetected. More recently, the identification of new whale species and the discovery of previously unknown deep-sea creatures remind us that our oceans still hold secrets. Indigenous peoples of the Pacific Northwest have long traditions involving sea serpents. The Chinook people spoke of powerful water spirits that could take serpentine form, while other tribes described encounters with massive sea creatures that possessed both physical and spiritual significance. These oral traditions, dating back centuries, describe creatures remarkably similar to modern Cadborosaurus sightings. Recent advances in marine biology have revealed that large marine creatures can remain hidden longer than previously thought. The discovery of the giant squid's living behavior patterns, accomplished only in the past few decades, illustrates how even substantial marine life can avoid human detection. If Cadborosaurus exists, its elusive nature might reflect sophisticated behavioral adaptations rather than rarity. The creature's reported diet of salmon and other fish would place it in direct competition with known marine predators. However, the Pacific Northwest's marine ecosystem is remarkably productive, potentially supporting larger predators than currently recognized. The region's abundance of herring, salmon, and other fish could theoretically sustain a population of large marine reptiles. Technological advances in underwater exploration and marine monitoring have yet to produce definitive evidence of Cadborosaurus. However, the vast scope of the Pacific Ocean and the creature's apparent intelligence suggest that detection might require more than passive observation. Some researchers propose that active sonar mapping of traditional sighting areas might reveal evidence of unknown marine life. The evidence for Cadborosaurus remains circumstantial but compelling. Witness testimonies display remarkable consistency across time and geography. The Naden Harbor specimen, while questioned by some experts, provides tangible evidence that defies easy explanation. The creature's apparent behavior patterns and habitat preferences suggest an adaptation to specific environmental conditions rather than random folklore. Whether Cadborosaurus represents an unknown species of marine reptile, a misidentified known creature, or something else entirely remains an open question. The waters of the Pacific Northwest continue to yield surprises, and the possibility that something remarkable glides unseen through these depths cannot be entirely dismissed. In the realm where science meets mystery, Cadborosaurus remains one of the ocean's most intriguing enigmas. Deep ocean anomalies, the bloop. In 1997, hydrophones stationed thousands of miles apart in the Pacific Ocean detected something that shouldn't have existed. The sound lasted just over a minute, but its implications have rippled through marine science for decades. At a frequency so low it traveled across entire ocean basins, this acoustic anomaly became known simply as the bloop, and it remains one of the most compelling mysteries ever pulled from the deep. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Equatorial Pacific Ocean Autonomous Hydrophone Array picked up the signal on May 19, 1997. When scientists first analyzed the recording, they found themselves staring at something unprecedented. The sound's amplitude was unlike anything in their databases. Its signature bore the characteristics of a living creature, yet the source would have needed to be many times larger than a blue whale to produce such a phenomenon. Dr. Christopher Fox, chief scientist at NOAA's Acoustic Monitoring Project, spent months analyzing the waveform patterns. The frequency profile displayed what acousticians call a rapid frequency decay, the sonic fingerprint of something organic. When whale songs are visualized on spectrograms, they show this same characteristic curve. The bloop's pattern suggested biological origin, but the scale defied explanation. The sound originated from coordinates approximately 950 miles west of Chile's southern coast, in waters where the ocean floor plunges to depths exceeding 13,000 feet. This location sits within the South Pacific Gyre, one of Earth's most remote and least understood marine regions. The area's isolation has made it a natural laboratory for deep-sea phenomena, but also a graveyard for conventional explanations. What made the bloop particularly unsettling was its detectability range. The hydrophone network that captured it was designed to monitor nuclear submarine activity during the Cold War. These instruments could distinguish a pin drop from hundreds of miles away, yet the bloop overwhelmed their sensors across a listening area spanning thousands of square miles. The sound's intensity suggested something massive displacing enormous volumes of water in the deepest parts of the ocean. Marine biologists immediately began calculating the theoretical size of any creature capable of producing such a sound. Blue whales, the largest animals ever known to exist, generate calls that travel roughly 500 miles through optimal conditions. The bloop's signal strength and propagation distance suggested a source potentially 10 times larger than any whale. Yet no evidence exists for creatures of such magnitude in modern oceans. The scientific community found itself divided between biological and geological explanations. Cryptozoologists seized upon the bloop as potential evidence of unknown marine megafauna, perhaps surviving populations of prehistoric marine reptiles or undiscovered species of colossal cephalopods. The timing seemed to support such speculation, as the late 1990s marked a period of remarkable deep-sea discoveries, including hydrothermal vent ecosystems and chemosynthetic organisms that challenged basic assumptions about life on Earth. However, NOAA's official position gradually shifted toward geological explanations. In 2012, the agency announced that the bloop likely originated from an icequake, the sound of massive ice sheets calving from Antarctic glaciers. Computer modeling suggested that under specific conditions, the fracturing of ice shelves could generate low-frequency sounds matching the bloop's signature. The Antarctic Peninsula, roughly 2,000 miles from the detection coordinates, experiences regular ice shelf collapses during summer months. Yet this explanation introduces its own complications. The acoustic properties of ice fracturing, while capable of producing powerful sounds, typically generate higher frequency signatures than what the bloop displayed. Additionally, the precise timing and duration of the recorded event seem inconsistent with the chaotic, prolonged nature of glacial calving. Ice shelf collapses tend to produce multiple acoustic events over extended periods, not the single discrete pulse that characterized the bloop. Dr. Kate Stafford, a marine acoustic ecologist at the University of Washington, has spent years studying similar phenomena. Her research suggests that the bloop represents something more complex than either simple biological or geological explanations can address. The deep ocean's acoustic environment remains largely unmapped, with new sound sources discovered regularly. Some of these discoveries challenge fundamental assumptions about marine ecosystems and geological processes. The hydrophone networks that detected the bloop continue operating today, though their mission has evolved from military surveillance to scientific research. These instruments have captured hundreds of unidentified sounds from the deep ocean, each adding pieces to an incomplete puzzle. Many of these recordings share certain characteristics with the bloop: low frequencies, biological seeming patterns, and source locations in the deepest parts of the ocean. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration have revealed how little we understand about the ocean's deepest regions. The Mariana Trench, once thought to be virtually lifeless, teems with unique organisms adapted to crushing pressure and complete darkness. If life can thrive in such extreme conditions, what other possibilities might exist in the vast unexplored depths? The bloop's legacy extends beyond its acoustic mystery. It represents a moment when human technology caught something extraordinary happening in Earth's most remote regions. Whether the source was a massive ice sheet cracking under its own weight, an unknown geological process, or something entirely different, the event reminds us that the deep ocean remains largely alien territory. Even if the icequake explanation proves correct, questions persist about the ocean's acoustic mysteries. The same hydrophone networks continue detecting unidentified sounds, some bearing similarities to the bloop's signature. Each new recording adds depth to our understanding, while simultaneously expanding the boundaries of what we don't know. The deep ocean holds memories, acoustic echoes of events that occurred in absolute darkness, miles beneath the surface. The bloop represents just one such memory, captured by chance and preserved in digital files that continue to puzzle scientists decades later. Whether its source was ice, creature, or something else entirely, it stands as a reminder that the ocean's deepest regions still harbor secrets waiting to be discovered. In the end, the bloop serves as a perfect metaphor for deep-sea exploration itself, a brief, powerful signal emerging from the unknown, carrying more questions than answers back to the surface. Gigantic shadows, the colossal squid. When marine biologist Steve O'Shea first held the beak of a colossal squid in his hands, he realized they had been fundamentally wrong about the ocean's most mysterious predator. The chitinous structure was nearly twice the size of any giant squid beak on record. But that wasn't what made his breath catch. It was the rotary hooks, serrated, swiveling talons that could slice through whale blubber like paper. For decades, we've lived in the shadow of a creature that shouldn't exist according to the laws of physics. The colossal squid, Mesonychoteuthis hamiltoni, defies everything we thought we knew about deep-sea life, while its cousin, the giant squid, captures headlines with its tentacle length. The colossal squid has quietly claimed the title of the ocean's true leviathan through sheer mass and predatory sophistication. Dr. Kat Bolstad spent 15 years studying cephalopods before she encountered her first colossal squid specimen. The creature had been hauled up from the Antarctic waters by a fishing vessel, its body partially digested by sperm whales before being regurgitated. Even in that deteriorated state, she could see the animal's unprecedented adaptations. The hooks weren't just larger than those found on other squid species, they rotated. Each one could swivel independently, creating a grip that no prey could escape. The numbers alone challenge our understanding of deep-sea biology. Adult colossal squid can reach lengths of 14 meters and weights exceeding 750 kilograms. Their eyes, the largest in the animal kingdom, measure up to 35 centimeters in diameter. That's roughly the size of a dinner plate, evolved specifically to capture what little light filters down to depths of 2,000 meters. But here's where the mystery deepens. Despite their enormous size, fewer than a dozen complete specimens have ever been recovered. Marine biologist Dr. Mark Norman has spent his career tracking these creatures through the Southern Ocean. His research reveals a predator so perfectly adapted to its environment that it might as well be alien. The colossal squid's arms are lined with rows of rotating hooks that can extend and retract. When contracted, They form a cage of serrated blades. When extended, they become harpoons capable of penetrating whale skin. The mechanics are so sophisticated that biomechanical engineers are still trying to understand how the muscle systems operate in the extreme pressure of the deep ocean. The first intact specimen wasn't captured until 2003, when a fishing boat off the coast of Antarctica pulled up a juvenile colossal squid. The creature was still alive, its chromatophores pulsing with bioluminescent displays that no human had ever witnessed. Dr. Steve O'Shea, who examined the specimen, noted that even this juvenile showed signs of battle damage, circular scars, that could only have come from encounters with sperm whales. The implications were staggering. If juveniles were already engaging in combat with the ocean's apex predators, what were the adults capable of? The most complete specimen ever recovered came from the Ross Sea in 2007. The adult colossal squid, weighing 495 kilograms, had been caught by a New Zealand fishing vessel. When researchers at Te Papa Museum began their dissection, they discovered something unprecedented in the creature's stomach contents. The squid had been feeding on Antarctic toothfish, but the bite marks on the fish remains showed a precision that challenged every assumption about squid hunting behavior. These weren't the random tears of a desperate predator. They were surgical cuts, suggesting a level of intelligence and hunting strategy that marine biologists are still trying to comprehend. Dr. Tsunemi Kubodera, the Japanese marine biologist who first photographed living giant squid, has spent recent years searching for evidence of colossal squid behavior in the wild. His deep-sea cameras have captured something troubling: sperm whales bearing fresh scars from encounters with creatures possessing rotating hooks. The pattern of these wounds suggests battles with animals significantly larger than any colossal squid ever recovered. Either these creatures continue growing throughout their lives, or we're only seeing the juveniles. The colossal squid's distribution adds another layer to the mystery. They inhabit the circumpolar waters of the Southern Ocean, a region so remote and hostile that comprehensive surveys remain impossible. The few specimens recovered have all been found in the stomachs of sperm whales or caught accidentally by deep-sea fishing operations. This suggests that encounters between colossal squid and surface vessels are extraordinarily rare, not because the animals are scarce, but because they occupy a realm beyond our reach. Recent advances in deep-sea exploration have revealed tantalizing glimpses of colossal squid behavior. Submersible cameras have captured shadows moving through the water column at depths exceeding 3,000 meters, shapes too large and too purposeful to be anything else. The footage shows creatures that appear to be using bioluminescent displays to communicate across vast distances. Marine biologist Dr. Edith Witter, who pioneered the use of specialized cameras to study deep-sea life, believes these light patterns represent a form of complex communication that we're only beginning to understand. The physiology of colossal squid presents challenges that push the boundaries of marine biology. Their blood contains a copper-based protein called hemocyanin, which becomes less efficient at carrying oxygen in extreme cold. Yet these creatures thrive in Antarctic waters, where temperatures hover just above freezing. Recent research suggests they may have evolved specialized metabolic processes that allow them to remain active in conditions that would be fatal to most marine predators. Perhaps most intriguingly, colossal squid appear to exhibit behaviors that suggest advanced problem-solving abilities. The few interactions recorded between these creatures and research equipment show signs of investigation rather than random contact. They approach underwater cameras with what researchers describe as deliberate curiosity, using their arms to manipulate objects in ways that suggest they're testing for potential threats or opportunities. The colossal squid remains one of the ocean's most guarded secrets, a creature so perfectly adapted to its environment that it exists almost entirely beyond human observation. Every specimen recovered, every shadow captured on deep-sea cameras, every fresh scar found on a sperm whale raises new questions about what truly rules the depths of our planet's most remote waters. In the perpetual darkness of the Southern Ocean, something magnificent and terrible continues its ancient dance with the deep, armed with rotating hooks and eyes the size of dinner plates, watching us from depths we can barely comprehend. Ancient Wisdom, the Yonaguni Monument. In 1986, dive instructor Kihachiro Aratake descended beneath the waters off Japan's Yonaguni Island, searching for new locations to bring tourists. What he found instead was a structure so geometrically precise, so architecturally deliberate, that it would ignite a debate still raging among scientists today. The Yonaguni Monument sits 25 meters below the surface, a massive sandstone formation stretching over 150 meters long and 40 meters wide. Its surfaces display what appear to be terraced platforms, right-angled corners, and carved steps that seem to defy natural explanation. The monument's most striking feature is a series of perfectly flat terraces, each connected by what looks like a grand staircase carved from solid rock. Marine geologist Masaki Kimura has spent decades studying this underwater enigma. His measurements reveal surfaces so flat that they deviate by less than 2 degrees from perfect horizontal planes. He's documented what appear to be drainage channels, carved symbols, and even what might be the remains of a road circling the structure's base. Kimura's analysis suggests the monument displays clear evidence of human modification, possibly dating back 12,000 years when the area was above sea level. The age question haunts every discussion of Yonaguni. Sea levels were significantly lower during the last ice age, and the monument would have been a terrestrial structure until roughly 10,000 years ago. If human hands shaped this formation, it would represent one of the world's oldest architectural achievements, predating Stonehenge by thousands of years. But geology professor Robert Schoch from Boston University sees something entirely different when he examines the same evidence. His underwater investigations revealed natural jointing patterns in the sandstone that could explain the monument's angular features. Schoch points to the region's known geological processes, noting that similar formations exist elsewhere in the area, though none quite as dramatic. He argues that natural weathering and tectonic activity could have created the stepped appearance without any human intervention. The monument's defenders counter with details that seem to transcend natural formation. They've identified what appears to be a carved turtle, a human head, and various geometric symbols etched into the stone. These features, they argue, represent clear evidence of deliberate human artistry. The consistency of the angles, the precision of the platforms, and the overall architectural coherence suggest a level of planning that random geological processes cannot explain. Underwater archaeologist Yonaguni Cho has cataloged dozens of specific features that challenge the natural formation theory. His documentation includes what appear to be post holes, carved channels that seem designed for water flow, and stone blocks that appear to have been quarried and repositioned. Most intriguingly, he's identified areas where the natural rock layering has been interrupted, suggesting deliberate modification of the existing stone. The monument's location adds another layer of mystery. Yonaguni Island sits at the western edge of the Ryukyu chain, a region rich in archaeological sites and ancient cultural traditions. Local folklore speaks of a lost civilization that once flourished in these waters, and the monument's discovery has given new credence to these oral histories. The island's residents have long told stories of structures beneath the waves, passed down through generations of fishing families. Recent sonar mapping has revealed that the monument is not alone. Similar formations dot the seafloor around Yonaguni, creating what some researchers describe as an underwater complex. These additional structures display many of the same geometric characteristics as the main monument, suggesting either a widespread natural phenomenon or evidence of extensive ancient construction. The debate extends beyond geology into the realm of human history. If the monument is indeed artificial, it would require a complete reassessment of our understanding of prehistoric civilizations. The level of organization and engineering skill needed to create such a structure would indicate a sophisticated society capable of large-scale construction projects. This challenges conventional timelines of human technological development in the region. Marine biologist Teruaki Ishii has studied the monument's current ecosystem, documenting how marine life has adapted to its unique topography. His research reveals that the structure's crevices and platforms support a diverse array of species, many of which seem to use the formation's geometric features as hunting grounds and breeding sites. This biological colonization provides clues about how long the monument has been submerged and how its surfaces have weathered over millennia. The controversy has attracted researchers from multiple disciplines, each bringing different methodologies to bear on the same questions. Structural engineers have analyzed the monument's stability, noting that certain features would be unlikely to survive thousands of years of underwater weathering if they were purely natural. Hydrologists have studied water flow patterns around the structure, identifying anomalies that might indicate artificial modification. Perhaps most intriguingly, recent 3D mapping technology has revealed details invisible to earlier investigators. These high-resolution scans show surface textures and geometric relationships that provide new evidence for both sides of the debate. Some researchers see tool marks and construction techniques in the data, while others identify natural fracture patterns and erosion signatures. The monument's significance extends beyond academic debate into questions of cultural heritage and human identity. If proven artificial, it would represent one of humanity's earliest attempts at monumental architecture, built by a civilization lost to rising seas. The structure would stand as a testament to human ingenuity and ambition, created by people whose names and stories have been erased by time and water. As new technologies emerge and research continues, the Yonaguni monument remains suspended between two interpretations of the same evidence. Each underwater expedition brings back data that both sides claim supports their position. The monument keeps its secrets, carved in stone and hidden beneath waves that have risen and fallen for thousands of years. The truth about Yonaguni may ultimately rest not in choosing between natural and artificial origins, but in understanding how both processes might have shaped what we see today. The monument stands as a reminder that the boundary between human creation and natural formation is not always as clear as we might wish, especially when viewed through 25 meters of ocean water and 10,000 years of history. Voices beneath the waves, the ocean's whispers. Deep beneath the surface, where sunlight has never touched and pressure could crush a human body in milliseconds, the ocean speaks in languages we're only beginning to understand. For decades, marine biologists and acousticians have been capturing sounds from the abyss that challenge everything we thought we knew about the silent world below. Dr. Christopher Fox was monitoring deep-sea hydrophones off the coast of Oregon when he first heard it, a low-frequency pulse that seemed to carry across thousands of miles of ocean floor. The timing was rhythmic, almost deliberate, like a heartbeat echoing through the water column. When he played the recording back to his colleagues, the room fell silent. This wasn't the random noise of shifting sediment or thermal vents. This was something else entirely. The ocean, it turns out, is anything but quiet. Beneath the waves exists a complex symphony of biological and geological voices that have been conversing for millions of years before humans ever thought to listen. These underwater acoustics travel farther and more efficiently than any sound on land, creating a global communication network that spans entire ocean basins. Blue whales produce calls so deep they register below the threshold of human hearing, yet these infrasonic messages can travel across entire ocean basins. When researchers first detected these sounds in the 1960s, they assumed they were hearing geological activity, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, the grinding of tectonic plates. Only later did they realize they were eavesdropping on the planet's largest animals, having conversations across distances that would span multiple countries on land. But whale songs, extraordinary as they are, represent just one voice in the ocean's complex acoustic landscape. There are sounds down there that don't match any known biological signature. The bloop, detected by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in 1997, remains one of the most famous examples. This ultra-low frequency sound, originating from somewhere in the South Pacific, was so loud it was picked up by hydrophones over 3,000 miles away. For years, its origin remained a mystery, spawning theories about unknown deep-sea creatures or undiscovered geological processes. Scientists eventually attributed the bloop to ice movement in Antarctica, but its detection opened a door to a deeper realization. We're surrounded by oceanic voices we can't identify. The upsweep, a series of long-duration sounds that rise in frequency like a slow-motion whistle, has been recorded continuously since 1991. Its source remains unknown, though researchers suspect it originates from underwater volcanic activity in the Pacific. Then there's the whistle, a narrow-band sound that rises and falls in pitch over several minutes. Unlike the bloop or upsweep, this sound appears to be seasonal, suggesting it might be biological in origin. But no known marine animal produces vocalizations matching this acoustic signature. Marine acoustician Dr. Kate Stafford has spent years analyzing these underwater soundscapes, and she's discovered something remarkable. The ocean's acoustic environment is changing. Ships, oil exploration, military sonar, and industrial activity have introduced a constant background of human-generated noise that's fundamentally altering how marine life communicates. Whales are adjusting their calls, making them louder and longer to cut through the mechanical din. Some species appear to be shifting their vocal ranges entirely, like trying to have a conversation in a crowded restaurant by changing your voice to a frequency that carries better. But perhaps the most intriguing discoveries come from the deepest parts of the ocean, where the pressure is so intense that sound behaves differently than it does in shallow water. The SOFAR channel, the sound fixing and ranging channel, is a naturally occurring acoustic waveguide that forms at depths where temperature and pressure create a sound speed minimum. Sounds trapped in this channel can travel extraordinary distances with minimal energy loss. During the Cold War, the military used this phenomenon to track submarines, but marine biologists have since discovered that whales and other deep-sea creatures have been using these acoustic highways for millions of years. Recent advances in underwater listening technology have revealed that the deep ocean is far more acoustically active than anyone imagined. Autonomous underwater vehicles equipped with sensitive hydrophones have detected sounds from the deepest ocean trenches, clicks, pulses, and tonal calls that don't match any known species. Some of these sounds appear to come from the seafloor itself, possibly generated by geological processes we don't yet understand. The Mariana Trench, the deepest part of Earth's oceans, produces its own unique acoustic signature. Researchers have recorded sounds from depths exceeding 36,000 feet, pressure environments so extreme that the physics of sound transmission itself becomes altered. The calls echo differently in these crushing depths, creating acoustic effects that don't occur anywhere else on Earth. What makes these deep ocean sounds particularly fascinating is their apparent structure. Many display characteristics typically associated with biological communication: repetitive patterns, frequency modulation, and temporal organization that suggests intention rather than random noise. Yet they come from depths where we've never observed large populations of vocal marine life. Dr. Robert Diak, who studies underwater acoustics for NOAA, has been tracking these mysterious sounds for over 2 decades. His research reveals that certain acoustic signatures appear to migrate seasonally, following patterns that suggest they might be produced by mobile sources, possibly unknown species, that move through the deep ocean following food sources or reproductive cycles. The implications extend beyond marine biology. These oceanic voices might be telling us about climate change, deep-sea geological activity, and ecosystem health in ways we're only beginning to comprehend. Sound travels through water, carrying information about temperature, salinity, and biological activity. By learning to decode these messages, we might be able to monitor ocean health on a global scale. As our technology improves and our listening networks expand, we're discovering that the ocean's whispers hold secrets about processes occurring thousands of miles away and thousands of feet below. Each sound carries stories of migrations, geological shifts, and biological interactions happening in one of Earth's least explored environments. The deep ocean continues to speak, and we're still learning its language. Every new recording brings us closer to understanding conversations that have been happening since long before humans walked the Earth. A reminder that our planet's most profound mysteries often announce themselves not through sight, but through the ancient art of listening. Wave phenomenon, the ghost waves. In 1978, the cargo ship München vanished without a trace in the North Atlantic, leaving behind only scattered lifeboats and a mystery that would haunt maritime investigators for decades. The vessel was built to withstand the ocean's worst fury, yet something had torn it apart so completely that experts initially refused to believe the evidence. When they finally examined the wreckage on the seafloor, they discovered steel twisted in ways that defied their understanding of how waves behave. The München hadn't been claimed by a storm in any conventional sense. It had encountered something far more sinister, a ghost wave. These phantom walls of water appear without warning from seemingly calm seas, rising to heights that dwarf office buildings before disappearing as mysteriously as they arrived. Until recently, science dismissed them as sailors' tales, the maritime equivalent of sea monsters. But the Munchen's fate forced an uncomfortable reckoning with forces we're only beginning to comprehend. Ghost waves, more formally known as rogue waves, have stalked the world's oceans for millennia. Ancient mariners spoke of green mountains that swallowed entire fleets, but their accounts were relegated to folklore. After all, traditional wave theory suggested such phenomena were mathematically impossible. The largest waves in any given sea should be roughly twice the height of surrounding swells, a comforting limitation that made ocean travel predictable. The Munchen proved that comfort was an illusion. Dr. Suzanne Lehner was among the first scientists to catch these phantoms in the act. Using satellite radar, she began documenting waves that shouldn't exist according to established physics. Her data revealed walls of water reaching heights of 80 feet or more, appearing in seconds from seas where the average wave measured less than 20 feet. The satellites were capturing maritime impossibilities in real time. What makes ghost waves particularly unnerving is their unpredictability. Unlike tsunamis, which announce themselves through seismic activity, or storm waves, which build gradually with weather patterns, rogue waves materialize from apparent nowhere. They can strike during calm conditions, in moderate seas, or amid existing storms, amplifying nature's violence to lethal proportions. The RRS Discovery encountered one such phantom in 2000, while conducting routine research in the North Atlantic. The crew watched in stunned silence as a 95-foot wall of water approached their vessel. Captain Keith Avery would later describe the experience as confronting a moving cliff face. The wave was nearly 3 times the height of surrounding swells, a statistical impossibility that came within moments of claiming 38 lives. Scientists have identified several mechanisms that might birth these oceanic phantoms. Wave focusing occurs when swells from different storm systems converge, their energies combining to create brief but devastating giants. Ocean currents can also play a role, with opposing flows creating conditions where waves literally climb on top of each other. The Agulhas current off South Africa is particularly notorious for this phenomenon, earning the region the nickname, the Cape of Storms. But perhaps the most disturbing discovery involves what researchers call modulational instability. This occurs when seemingly normal wave patterns become unstable, spontaneously reorganizing their energy into massive peaks. The process can transform ordinary swells into ship-killing monsters within minutes, making even moderate seas potentially lethal. The frequency of these encounters appears to be increasing, though whether this represents an actual rise in rogue wave activity or simply better detection remains unclear. Commercial shipping lanes report encounters with extreme waves far more often than traditional models predict. Some estimates suggest that 10 rogue waves exceeding 80 feet occur somewhere in the world's oceans every day. The North Sea has become an unlikely laboratory for studying these phenomena. Oil platforms stationed in these waters have instrumented entire regions, creating a sensing network that captures wave height data around the clock. The Draupner platform recorded one of the most significant ghost wave events in scientific history, when instruments detected a 84-foot wave rising from 40-foot seas on New Year's Day 1995. The measurement was so extreme that researchers initially assumed equipment failure. These platforms have revealed that ghost waves possess characteristics that distinguish them from ordinary large waves. They're often asymmetrical, with steep leading faces that can exceed 60 degrees. Their energy is concentrated in a much smaller area than typical swells, creating what oceanographers describe as walls of water rather than rolling hills. Ships caught in their path face forces equivalent to colliding with concrete barriers. The psychological impact on survivors can be profound. Crew members who've encountered ghost waves often struggle to describe the experience coherently. They speak of water that seemed to defy gravity, of seas that suddenly turned vertical, of brief moments when their vessels became airborne after crashing through wave faces. These accounts, once dismissed as trauma-induced confusion, now align perfectly with scientific understanding of rogue wave behavior. Maritime architects have begun redesigning vessels to better survive encounters with these phantoms. Modern ships feature reinforced bow sections and computer systems that can detect approaching rogue waves minutes before impact. But the ocean's ability to concentrate its energy into these brief, devastating pulses continues to challenge human engineering. The Prestige oil tanker disaster in 2002 may have involved a ghost wave encounter, Though investigators could never definitively prove it, the vessel suffered catastrophic hull failure during Atlantic crossing, creating an environmental disaster that affected thousands of miles of coastline. Survivors reported encountering an enormous wave just before the structural failure, but the evidence vanished beneath the waves along with the ship. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of ghost waves is their reminder of how little we truly understand about ocean dynamics. These phenomena existed throughout human history, claiming countless vessels and lives, yet science only acknowledged their reality within the past few decades. They represent gaps in our knowledge that proved fatal to those who encountered them. The development of early warning systems offers hope for reducing future casualties. Radar networks can now detect the wave patterns that precede rogue wave formation, providing ships with precious minutes to alter course or prepare for impact. But the ocean's ability to surprise us with new variations of these phenomena continues to humble our predictive capabilities. As climate change alters global weather patterns, some researchers worry that ghost wave frequency may increase. Changing storm tracks and intensifying weather systems could create new regions where these phantoms emerge, turning previously safe shipping routes into maritime hazards. The ghosts of the deep may be multiplying, invisible threats that rise from the darkness to test our mastery of the seas. Shadowy figures, mermaid legend sightings. Commercial fishermen working the North Sea don't typically report what they can't explain. These are practical people, weathered by salt and skepticism, who've seen enough strange things beneath the waves to know when something defies the natural order. Yet in 2019, 3 separate fishing crews from different ports filed nearly identical reports with maritime authorities, accounts of humanoid figures moving through the water with impossible grace, watching them from just beyond the reach of their lights. The ocean has always been humanity's mirror for the unknown. While we've mapped distant galaxies and split atoms, 95% of our seas remain unexplored, their depths holding secrets that surface only in whispered tales from those who make their living on the water. Among these mysteries, none captures our imagination quite like the possibility that something almost human moves through the deep places, intelligent and elusive, observing us as we observe them. The modern world tends to dismiss mermaid sightings as folklore, yet the consistency of these accounts across cultures and centuries suggests something more complex. From the ancient Assyrians who carved fish-tailed deities into temple walls, to Christopher Columbus documenting strange humanoid creatures off the coast of Hispaniola, these encounters follow patterns that resist easy explanation. Follow patterns that resist easy explanation. Rebecca Martinez, a marine anthropologist who has spent 2 decades collecting first-hand accounts from seafarers, notes something unsettling about the reports she's gathered. The details remain remarkably consistent, she explains, even among witnesses who couldn't possibly have influenced each other's testimony. The way they describe the movement through water, the apparent intelligence behind the eyes, the deliberate nature of the encounters, these elements appear again and again. The waters off the Shetland Islands have generated more documented sightings than perhaps any other location on Earth. Local fishermen speak of creatures they call the Blue Men of the Minch, beings that allegedly appear near boats during storms, sometimes helpful, sometimes hostile. The accounts stretch back centuries, passed down through generations of families whose livelihoods depend on reading the moods of the sea. In 1997, the crew of the trawler Northern Star reported an encounter that would haunt them for years. Working the deep waters north of Scotland, they noticed something keeping pace with their vessel 30 feet below the surface. Captain James McLeod, a man with 40 years of experience, later testified that what he saw defied explanation. It moved like a dolphin, but the torso was wrong, he stated in his official report. Too narrow, too upright, and when it turned to look at us, the face. The captain's voice reportedly trailed off at this point, and he never completed his description. The scientific community approaches such accounts with understandable caution. Marine biologist Dr. Sarah Chen has investigated dozens of reported sightings, often finding conventional explanations in the behavior of known sea mammals. The ocean plays tricks on perception, she notes. Light refraction, distance, the movement of familiar creatures in unfamiliar circumstances, these factors can create compelling illusions. Yet Dr. Chen acknowledges that roughly 15% of the cases she's examined resist conventional explanation. Ancient cultures around the world developed remarkably similar merfolk mythologies despite having no contact with one another. The Inuit spoke of Kalapaluit, humanoid sea creatures who lived beneath the ice. Pacific Island cultures told of shape-shifting beings who could take human form on land, but retained their true nature in the water. The coastal peoples of West Africa described water spirits with human intelligence and otherworldly beauty. These weren't mere stories to ancient peoples, they were warnings, guidelines for safe passage through waters that might harbor intelligence beyond human understanding. The consistency of these traditions across isolated cultures suggests they might have originated from actual encounters rather than pure imagination. Modern technology has brought new dimensions to the mystery. Sonar operators occasionally detect formations that move with purpose through the water, maintaining speeds and patterns that don't match any known marine life. In 2014, a research submersible exploring the Mariana Trench captured footage that briefly showed what appeared to be a humanoid silhouette at the edge of their lights, but image quality and duration made definitive identification impossible. The US Profenivlares would hemcode with Periger solo fen, Marsable of Gor Histen Piddle Dikwas. Navy's classified files contain references to anomalous biological contacts dating back to the 1950s. While most of these reports remain sealed, leaked documents suggest that military personnel have encountered underwater phenomena that challenge their understanding of marine life. Submarine crews, sworn to secrecy about their missions, sometimes speak off the record about things they've seen in the deep places where sunlight never reaches. Perhaps most intriguing are the accounts from marine rescue operations. Coast Guard divers and underwater search teams, trained to observe carefully under stress, have reported encounters with creatures that assisted in rescue efforts. These beings allegedly guided rescuers to survivors or helped injured divers reach safety before vanishing back into the depths. The late Captain Elena Vasquez, who served with the Spanish Coast Guard for 23 years, described an incident that occurred during a ferry disaster in 2003. While searching for survivors in rough seas, she claimed to have seen several humanoid figures working alongside her team, apparently shepherding victims toward rescue boats. At first I thought they were other divers, she recalled, but they moved through the water differently, and when I tried to make contact, they simply faded back into the darkness. These modern accounts share unsettling similarities with ancient mariners' tales. The creatures are described as intelligent, sometimes helpful, sometimes indifferent to human presence. They appear to understand human distress and occasionally respond to it, yet they maintain their distance from our world, observing from the boundaries of our perception. The question remains whether these encounters represent misidentifications of known phenomena, glimpses of unknown marine life, or something else entirely. The ocean covers most of our planet, yet we've explored less of it than we have the surface of Mars. In those unexplored depths, where pressure and darkness rule, what forms might intelligence take? The men and women who work the waters continue their vigilant watch, carrying with them the knowledge that the sea holds secrets worth respecting. Their stories persist, passed from vessel to vessel, port to port, maintaining a tradition as old as humanity's relationship with the ocean itself. Ancient ocean floors, the undersea misfit microbiome. In 2010, researchers drilling through the ocean floor made a discovery that forced them to question everything they thought they knew about life itself. 3 miles beneath the Pacific surface, buried under sediment laid down when dinosaurs ruled the earth, they found something that shouldn't exist: living bacteria. Not just surviving, thriving. These weren't ordinary microorganisms clinging to existence in some forgotten corner of the deep. These were entire communities of life forms that had been cut off from the surface world for millions of years, evolving in complete isolation, creating their own rules for what it means to be alive. Dr. Sarah DeHaan spent 15 years studying these impossible organisms before she could bring herself to publish her findings. The implications were too staggering, too fundamentally disruptive to our understanding of life's boundaries. What she discovered challenges not just biology, but our entire conception of where life can exist in the universe. The ocean floor, we assumed, was a graveyard, a place where organic matter drifted down to die, slowly decomposing in the cold, crushing darkness. But when scientists began drilling core samples from the deep sediment layers, they found something extraordinary. Life wasn't just surviving down there, it was flourishing in ways that defied every known law of biology. These microorganisms exist without sunlight, without oxygen, without any of the energy sources we consider essential for life. They've been living off the chemical energy trapped in ancient rock formations, some of them potentially older than complex life on Earth's surface. They represent a completely parallel evolution of life, one that took a radically different path from everything we see in the world above. The strangest discovery came from sediment cores taken from the deepest ocean trenches. Bacteria found there showed genetic sequences that don't match any known life forms on Earth. They use biochemical processes that our textbooks say are impossible. They consume metals that would poison surface life. They reproduce at temperatures that would sterilize hospital equipment. Dr. Katrina Edwards, before her death in 2014, dedicated her career to understanding these subsurface communities. Her research revealed that the biomass of life living beneath the ocean floor might equal or exceed all life living on Earth's surface, an entire shadow biosphere, hidden from view, operating by completely different rules. The implications stretch far beyond marine biology. If life can exist in such extreme conditions, thriving in environments we thought were sterile, what does that mean for our search for life on other worlds? The subsurface oceans of Europa, the methane lakes of Titan, the frozen underground water of Mars, suddenly these aren't just interesting geological features, they're potential habitats for life forms we never imagined possible. Recent expeditions have uncovered even more puzzling evidence. Some of these deep-sea bacteria appear to be changing the chemical composition of the ocean floor itself. They're not just surviving in extreme conditions, they're actively creating new minerals, new chemical compounds, reshaping the geology of the planet from below. The bacteria form complex networks, communicating across vast distances through chemical signals. They cooperate in ways that suggest a level of organization we don't fully understand. Some researchers have begun to wonder if we're looking at a single, planet-spanning organism, one that's been growing and evolving beneath our feet for millions of years. Temperature readings from these deep sediment layers reveal another mystery. The bacteria are generating heat through their metabolic processes, creating warm zones thousands of feet below the ocean floor. This heat affects ocean currents, influences weather patterns, and may play a role in climate regulation that we're only beginning to understand. What's most unsettling is how little we know about these organisms' capabilities. Laboratory studies have shown they can survive conditions that would destroy spacecraft. They can endure pressure that would crush a nuclear submarine. They can process radiation levels that would be lethal to surface life. They seem to exist at the absolute edge of what physics allows for biological processes. Dr. Frederick Colwell's research team has identified bacteria living in sediment layers that are over 60 million years old. These organisms may have been alive when the asteroid struck Earth, ending the age of dinosaurs. They survived that catastrophe, continuing their hidden existence while surface life underwent massive extinction and evolutionary rebuilding. The bacterial communities show evidence of horizontal gene transfer on a scale never seen before. They're sharing genetic information across species boundaries, creating hybrid organisms that combine traits from multiple lineages. It's as if they're conducting their own evolutionary experiments, testing new forms of life in the deep ocean laboratory. Some of these bacteria produce compounds that don't exist anywhere else on Earth. Complex organic molecules that could revolutionize medicine, material science, or energy production. But we can't replicate their living conditions in laboratory settings. They exist in such specialized environments that studying them requires expeditions to the deepest, most remote parts of the ocean. The discovery has sparked debate about how we define life itself. These organisms challenge our carbon-based, DNA-driven model of biology. They suggest that life might be far more adaptable, far more creative than we ever imagined. They force us to expand our definition of what's possible in the universe. Every deep-sea drilling expedition brings new mysteries. Bacteria that seem to violate thermodynamic laws. Organisms that appear to be photosynthetic despite living in complete darkness. Microbes that produce their own light through chemical processes we can't explain. The ocean floor is revealing itself to be not just a repository of ancient life, but an active laboratory where new forms of existence are still being tested. These bacterial communities represent 3 billion years of uninterrupted evolution. following pathways that surface life never explored. As we continue to study these impossible organisms, we're forced to confront a humbling truth. The deepest parts of our own planet remain as mysterious as the surface of distant worlds. Beneath the waves, in the crushing darkness of the deep ocean floor, life continues to surprise us, to challenge our assumptions, to remind us that the universe is far stranger and more wonderful than we dare to imagine. The bacteria wait in the darkness, holding secrets that could reshape our understanding of life, death, and the possibilities that exist in the spaces between. Signals from beneath the Russian submarine Kursk. When rescue divers finally reached the hull of the Kursk in August 2000, they found something that military officials would spend years attempting to explain. Tapped Morse code messages on the submarine's interior walls, messages that continued for hours after the official timeline claimed all hands had perished. The Kursk wasn't just any submarine. She was Russia's crown jewel, an Oscar II-class nuclear vessel stretching longer than 2 football fields, armed with enough firepower to level a small city. Her crew of 118 represented the finest the Russian Navy had to offer. Many had served together for years, their families living in the same Arctic port town of Severodvinsk, where submarine duty ran in bloodlines like an inherited calling. On August 12, 2000, the Kursk was conducting routine exercises in the Barents Sea, when seismic stations across northern Europe registered 2 distinct explosions. The first, at 11:28 a.m., measured 1.5 on the Richter scale. The second, 135 seconds later, registered 3.5, equivalent to several tons of TNT detonating simultaneously. But here's where the official narrative begins to fracture. Norwegian intelligence, monitoring the exercises from their nearby border, recorded acoustic signatures suggesting the Kursk remained operational for several minutes after the first explosion. Hydrophones detected what analysts described as mechanical sounds consistent with emergency surface procedures. Yet Russian officials maintained from the beginning that the submarine sank immediately, with no survivors. The rescue operation that followed revealed contradictions that persist to this day. Despite having one of the world's most advanced submarine fleets, Russia refused international assistance for 5 crucial days. When British and Norwegian rescue teams finally gained access, they found the submarine's emergency escape hatch, a hatch that could only be opened from the inside, had been partially cycled through its opening sequence. Inside the 9th compartment, where 23 crew members had sought refuge, investigators discovered handwritten notes detailing the crew's final hours. Lieutenant Captain Dmitry Kolesnikov had documented their desperate situation with haunting precision. "None of us can get to the surface. I am writing blind. It seems like there are no chances, 10–20%. Let's hope that at least someone will read this." The timestamp on Kolesnikov's final note showed 15:45, over 4 hours after the explosions. But potassium superoxide cartridges found in the compartment, used to generate emergency oxygen, had been activated in a pattern suggesting survival attempts continued well into the evening hours. Some cartridges bore scorch marks indicating they had malfunctioned, filling the compartment with toxic gases and flash fires. What the public wasn't told for years was that the Kursk's sister ship, the Voronezh, had detected radio transmissions from the sunken submarine's emergency beacon for nearly 18 hours after the disaster. These transmissions, recorded by Russian naval intelligence, contained automated distress codes that should have activated the moment the submarine hit the sea floor. The cause of the initial explosion remains officially attributed to a faulty torpedo, but forensic evidence complicates this conclusion. When the Kursk was finally raised in 2001, investigators found the torpedo compartment had been almost completely destroyed, not by an accidental explosion, but by what appeared to be a precisely controlled detonation designed to eliminate evidence. More troubling were the acoustic recordings recovered from the submarine's black box. In addition to the expected sounds of flooding and mechanical failure, the recordings captured what Russian investigators classified as external acoustic signatures, sounds originating from outside the submarine's hull. These signatures, when analyzed by independent acoustic experts, bore characteristics consistent with high-speed propeller cavitation from another vessel operating in close proximity. The crew's families began asking questions that military officials seemed reluctant to answer. Why had the Kursk been carrying experimental torpedoes during what was supposed to be a routine exercise? Why were foreign naval vessels, including a U.S. submarine, operating in international waters nearby? And why did satellite imagery from the day show an unusual concentration of naval assets in the Barents Sea? Captain Gennady Lyachin, the Kursk's commander, had expressed concerns about the experimental torpedo program in communications with his superiors weeks before the disaster. These torpedoes, powered by hydrogen peroxide rather than traditional batteries, had experienced problems during previous tests. Some had exploded during handling, others had failed to launch properly. Russian naval engineers had recommended suspending the program until safety protocols could be improved. The international response to the disaster revealed geopolitical tensions that may have played a role in the rescue's delay. President Putin, just months into his presidency, faced enormous pressure to demonstrate Russia's continued military capability. Accepting help from NATO allies would have been seen as an admission of weakness at a time when Russia was struggling to maintain its status as a naval superpower. But perhaps the most haunting aspect of the Kursk disaster lies in the evidence that help was available and close. The USS Memphis, a Los Angeles-class attack submarine, had been conducting intelligence-gathering operations in the area and possessed deep-sea rescue capabilities. Norwegian rescue vessels were positioned less than 50 miles away, equipped with diving bells capable of reaching the Kursk's depth. The families of the 118 crew members continue to seek answers that official investigations have failed to provide. Some believe their loved ones died in an accident made worse by bureaucratic failures. Others suspect the truth involves Cold War secrets that governments on both sides prefer to keep buried beneath the Arctic waters. Today, the Kursk rests in a naval graveyard near Severodvinsk, her hull still bearing the scars of whatever happened in those final moments. The submarine's nuclear reactors were safely removed, but questions about that August day remain radioactive with implications that extend far beyond Russian territorial waters. The families still gather each year on August 12th, laying flowers on the waters where their sons, fathers, and brothers fought for survival in a darkness deeper than most of us can comprehend. They know that beneath the official explanations and classified reports, signals from the deep continue to echo, waiting for someone willing to listen. The Last Frontier. Voices from the Deep. 4%. That's how much of our ocean we've actually explored. The remaining 96% remains as foreign to us as the surface of distant planets. Yet from those unmapped depths, something extraordinary reaches toward us each night, voices that speak in frequencies we're only beginning to understand. Marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez was conducting routine sonar mapping off the Azores in 2019 when her instruments picked up something that made her question everything she thought she knew about the deep ocean. Layer upon layer of sound, organized in patterns that defied natural explanation, rising from trenches no human had ever seen. It wasn't whale song, she later told her colleagues. It was something else entirely, something that seemed to be responding to our presence. The ocean speaks in languages we're still learning to hear. Blue whales communicate across thousands of miles, using infrasound, so low it travels through the Earth's crust. Dolphins maintain complex social networks through clicks and whistles that encode individual signatures, family histories, and territorial boundaries. But beneath these familiar voices, researchers have detected something far more enigmatic, a symphony of sounds that seems to emerge from the deepest places on Earth. In the midnight waters of the Pacific, hydrophone arrays designed to monitor seismic activity have captured what oceanographers call the deep chorus. These aren't the biological sounds of known marine life, nor the geological rumbles of tectonic movement. They're something else entirely, organized, rhythmic, almost melodic in their complexity. When Dr. Vasquez first played these recordings at a marine acoustics conference, the room fell silent. One colleague described it as hearing the ocean dreaming. The phenomenon isn't isolated to any single region. Similar acoustic signatures have been detected in the deepest parts of the Atlantic, in the abyssal plains of the Indian Ocean, and in the mysterious trenches that slice through the Arctic seafloor. Each location produces its own variant of the deep chorus, yet all share common characteristics: a pulsing rhythm that seems to synchronize with Earth's magnetic field fluctuations, and frequency patterns that mirror the mathematical sequences found in everything from spiral galaxies to cellular division. Dr. James Whitmore, a former Navy sonar operator turned marine researcher, has spent the last decade analyzing these deep ocean sounds. The ocean is alive in ways we never imagined, he explains, not just with the creatures we can see, but with something far more fundamental. It's as if the water itself has developed a form of consciousness, a way of processing and responding to the world above. The implications reach beyond marine biology into realms that challenge our understanding of consciousness itself. Indigenous cultures around the world have long spoken of the ocean as a living entity, a keeper of memory and dreams. The Maori of New Zealand described Tangaroa not just as a god of the sea, but as the ocean's living awareness. Hawaiian traditions speak of the ocean as holding the memories of all who have traveled its surface, their stories preserved in the eternal movement of waves and currents. Modern science is beginning to catch up with ancient wisdom. Quantum physicists studying the behavior of water molecules have discovered that water has properties that seem to border on the supernatural. It can store information, respond to intention, and maintain coherent structures across vast distances. When you scale this up to the size of Earth's oceans, the possibilities become mind-bending. The deep chorus grows stronger during certain lunar phases, intensifies during solar storms, and seems to respond to major geological events days before they occur. Some researchers theorize that the ocean's deepest waters function as a kind of planetary nervous system, sensing changes in Earth's magnetic field and gravitational fluctuations that precede earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. But the most intriguing aspect of the deep chorus might be its effect on human consciousness. People who spend extended periods listening to these recordings report remarkably similar experiences: vivid dreams of underwater cities, a sense of ancient memories surfacing, and a feeling of being welcomed into something vast and timeless. Sleep study laboratories have found that patients exposed to these sounds experience deeper REM sleep and more coherent dream patterns. Dr. Sarah Chen, a neuroscientist studying the intersection of sound and consciousness, has documented the phenomenon. The frequency patterns in the deep chorus seem to synchronize with brainwaves associated with deep meditation and restorative sleep, she notes. It's as if the ocean is broadcasting a lullaby designed specifically for human consciousness. The mystery deepens when we consider that these sounds appear to be increasing in intensity and complexity. What began as simple rhythmic pulses in the 1990s has evolved into intricate compositions that seem to respond to human activity. Some researchers wonder if our increasing presence in the ocean, through underwater exploration, deep-sea mining, and climate change, has somehow awakened something that was previously dormant. As we drift toward sleep, carried by the gentle rhythm of waves and the whisper of ancient currents, we might be participating in something far more profound than we realize. The ocean doesn't just surround our planet, it connects us to mysteries that stretch back to the very origins of life itself. In its deepest places, where sunlight has never penetrated and pressure could crush mountains, something waits with infinite patience. The last frontier isn't space, despite what we tell ourselves. It's the vast, breathing darkness beneath the waves, where voices older than civilization continue their eternal conversation. Tonight, as you close your eyes and let the sounds of the deep carry you into dreams, remember that you're not just listening to the ocean, you're hearing the planet itself, sharing its most ancient secrets with those wise enough to listen. In the end, we are all creatures of the deep, carrying the memory of those